That'll be something to think about later. It'd be like $20 if we did it through Nitrado. $20 a month, and that's AUD.
Nice.
The reason I'm looking at it is because lag is a bitch.
Yeah, and it's
It's only gonna get worse.
let me budget some things.
Okay. And I was looking up if it'd be possible for us to upload our save file to a dedicated server. It would be B2FC7B.
B2FC7C.
B. B.
Oh, what?
Oh, hold on.
Oh, at the end.
Yeah.
B2FC7B.
Yep.
I heard the E part. I didn't know if it was C or B. I think we can afford it, but I just want to make sure.
Okay.
Because we also, yeah, like $20 a month is fucking nothing.
Yeah.
But it will add up over time. Whereas if
Also, I haven't really looked into like anything extra. It literally just starts out. It also says it's also another option is $51 every 3 months.
it's cheaper to do 3 months.
And then the server's hosted in Sydney.
Yeah, that'll be the main hosting place for things like servers. Let me do some budgeting.
Okay.
Just to see. So I get paid roughly. Look at this. How much? Plus. Here and then income.
I don't want it facing this way. I don't want it facing this way. Change my mind, change my mind. Don't want it facing that way.
Ideally, we are putting. At least this much away. And I need to look at the bill because for the phone bill.
Where's my fucking music? I even like Vocaloid.
And then
find out.
If I go to uh,
Yeah. Well, you requested Vocaloid, so I figured I'd try it out. I don't even know if I like it, but
let's see. So this will be. That's a good example. So let's just round that up to that much for meds. How much for food expenses do you think we spend a month? Essential food expenses.
I don't know.
We should probably.
I don't think it's like consistent.
It really isn't consistent. I will just do like. I will overestimate it because it's better to do that when budgeting
Yeah,
for your expenses than underestimating.
fine.
So I'll just do like 300 or something. It's definitely more with DoorDash. Um,
That's why I laughed.
yeah. What are other expenses that we spend? I've already done the meds. I've already done the phone bill. What other bills do I pay? I pay internet bills, which is roughly.
Internet, electric, food, phones, medicine.
I do want to adjust the I would do want to adjust the auto recharge amount. Uh, yeah, I'm getting calculator out on my phone. How to adjust long how recharge auto recharge. Account payment detail. There we go. I will just do say no, not 14,000.
Aw, darn.
$140. Okay, update.
Lucy's happy as a clam now. I put on Vocaloid.
The reason I adjusted it was before it wasn't a full month of service.
Yeah,
I've adjusted it to be a full month and a bit extra.
okay,
Every recharge.
okay.
So that's okay. And then the electricity bill is roughly. I need to talk to Mum about that. To see how often she gets the electricity bill.
Yeah.
basically keep getting your payment. It's definitely going to be doable.
Okay. Yeah, well,
We have no idea when that will stop.
no, don't know.
Oh.
At some point, they might be like, whoa, 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 whoa. She's not in this country. Gonna put this down there for that little dude so he doesn't get stressed out. Then, bitch, get your ass back here. How do I have this built?
What we have available. We need to do meds, which we need to get your we need to go to a doctor's.
Mm-hmm. One,
To get a
2,
script.
3. 1, 2. 2 and 1, 2.
So then minus. So if I do that, I haven't. I know that was accounted for meds, but I can't tell the exact meds amount because our scripts are due to get filled at different times. That was just a rough estimate of previous transactions from the pharmacy across the month. What other expenses do we have that you know of that are like essential expenses? We have.
I could cancel my Amazon because I'm not fucking even using that.
Do you use the Amazon or the Twitch Prime?
Not really.
Yeah, we
I
could.
pay Twitch Turbo.
Twitch Turbo, yeah, that okay. Oh yeah, there's a lot of like little ones that we have,
Yeah.
like Twitch Turbo, Discord
Yeah.
Nitro. Uh, okay, let's see if this is the big ones. Actually, yeah, let me go through now bank account to see if there's any notable big utility costs.
Doing our he's helping. Oh, we don't do YouTube Premium. We have we use ad blockers.
I pay that, but yearly for Discord. Yeah, YouTube Premium. We could look into honestly, but
2 up. And that
national
comes
transaction fee.
inside.
Yeah, that was from transferring money. Some Prime. Still got to finish paying mum back. I do know our expenses will go up once we get a car eventually.
Because we'll have to pay I don't know if there's insurance or
Um, insurance is optional here.
okay.
But it is highly recommended.
Well, I mean, with kangaroos and everything, I think so.
So we'll get license, rego, and then insurance through somewhere.
Yeah. And then when
Uh,
gas, we'd have to pay for gas too.
yeah. Ideally, we get a hybrid car and we can charge it here.
Yeah. Well, you don't need to charge a hybrid.
We don't charge a hybrid.
No. Hybrids are charged based on
Oh,
usage.
yes, yeah. The not the battery. The
Break.
yeah. They will charge themselves while they're running.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And it's fully electric cars that you have to charge manually. I can't remember the thing that actually. Friendly Heiko here.
Right.
What is the thing in the engine that recharges car battery? Is it just a recharger?
Probably.
Alternator.
Oh, yeah,
That's
that's
what.
the one.
Yeah, we aren't car people. If you can't tell. Oh, I love this song. Where's my? Okay. Um. I will put this in.
Oh my God. This song sounds so cursed.
Brain explosion, energy, and 1,000 grams of pure caffeine. What should I put this in? I will put it in. Yeah, stuff I'll put in Tristan bin. Oh, remaining monthly. From my and Aiko's team and monthly after big expenses. Utilities. Not accounting for small recurring uh things like Twitch. Uh,
2 floors of that.
etc.
There. Glass. Glass. One more glass. And then floor. Okay.
There's definitely more expenses I'm missing, but these are just like the big ones without delving in more into how often is the shit, do I still have things coming out of this account? No, so it's just transfers. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, I have put it into my trash bin. All I can say is that we can definitely afford it. If your payments and I go payment and it'll be much tighter. So what is that minus? Yeah, yeah. Basically, as long as you keep getting your payment, um, easy, easy affordable.
Well, I feel like this really depends on me trying to, with the government. I don't know
Yeah.
how to tell you, but I don't know what the government's gonna do from day to day.
You really don't. It really is just who knows at this point.
I mean, think about who the president is.
Yeah. Whereas you can only get a payment on the Australian one once you're
I've been here for 2 years at least, yeah.
yeah,
Or at least I'm a resident.
yeah, once temporary residency occurs, which will be minimum 2 years from December 31st. No, 2 years from the application date.
Yep. I burped.
Bless
I'm a
you.
lady.
So yeah, we still got like at minimum over a year and a half to go. Which is honestly fine. Time's been flying since you've been here. It's like, I don't know, we're having fun. That can't be it.
Fun. Fun isn't in my vocabulary.
Thought fun was illegal in all states of California. We're in California, right? Mhm.
Choose. I just done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sure.
But
2, 3. Yeah.
yeah, basically my payments themselves cover all of our essential expenses.
2,
So
3,
even if yours get cut off, we're still fine, which is good.
yeah, that is
Um,
good.
yeah. I wanna know what love. Wait, no, I know what it is because you're right here. Oh, does the workbench get combined? Is there not like an ancient sphere assembly one?
That's why I'm keeping the assembly tables.
Yeah, yeah, I'm still keeping the like one of each of the advanced assembly tables. But yeah, all of them get combined into the ancient one, which is really nice. The ancient workbench covers weapon, sphere, and
Yeah, where's the fun in that?
It's literally. Oh, it even covers the fucking medicine. We definitely. I mean, I definitely want to keep all the other ones too. It's just. And the saddle. Wow. Wow. That.
Is that
This.
is that this right here that I'm in? The ancient workbench? Yeah, I have that.
Yeah. It literally makes it so rather than having 3 assembly lines and a medical workbench, you can literally just have that.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that. That is nice for your hell base capacity, but I like the look of the assembly lines,
Yeah, me too.
especially in a workshop.
Hmm. What I'm saying.
Yeah. Mhm.
Mhm.
Away from the wall a little bit, or else they're clipping through.
Six.
I'm sorry this is so boring to you, segment.
Yeah.
It's getting her to rebuild the production line and yawn.
Five, 6, 7.
Mhm.
2. Oh shit. I'm stupid. It's like, hold on a second. I'm starting a little bit higher than I did before.
I saw something earlier in the Discord. It was Mayo talking about doing a Palworld randomizer. That would be interesting. Could you imagine just going to the first fucking tower with Zoe and actually I don't know if it and it's like the end game tower boss?
Oh jeez. I don't know if it's that randomizer. There's a
Or just a randomize
it
all tower.
randomizes the location of all the pals.
Oh, tower beginning. You're surrounded by level 80 pals.
I don't know if it's like that. I don't know if they're like that. If it'll be like that, but
I feel like there might be some extreme ones that would be built later on that could be like that.
I just meant like maybe you can get like a level 3 jet dragon.
Yeah, okay, so it randomizes the location, but keeps level to that location's level. I imagine there's also one that randomizes the level as well of every PAL. So you
Maybe.
could come against a like a fucking level 40 Pangolin in the first area.
Possibly.
Randomizers have always interested me, but I've just never known how to set them up.
Well, it's easy with Palworld because you just click randomizer in the settings.
That is lovely. More games need to have randomizers that are easy access. I kind of want to make a little um, medical wing sort of thing at my base.
Pretty cute.
I do want to get the other materials. I want to get all of the power reversal things and put them in my new base. Could have up here as like a little medical area, but that would require redesigning things. Probably don't need this. Thank you while it lasted, pals. If I was to make the foundations out of... Oh, I need... Okay, technology. I don't have... I think to make a medical area, I want either the ancient structure set or the futuristic.
Yeah.
And I don't have either of them right now. All off of the futuristic? What's the ancient use? Oh my god, the ancient's surprisingly easy. It's just
Yeah.
solarite.
Yeah.
But solarite is...
Which is weirdly cheaper than glass. Just
Uh-huh.
because the freaking palladium. It's easier to get solanite than it is to get palladium.
It literally is. As soon as you get 100 and make the mine, so easy. You can take that though.
What'd you say, man?
It literally is. Once you get the farm, it's so easy.
Mm-hmm.
Hardest part is getting the mine. The hardest part is literally getting the materials to make the mine. There's a meteorite descent. I'm gonna go check if it's a Selene, and if it is a Selene, if it's a good Selene. Because I know you're still gonna breed her, aren't you?
No, she's perfect.
Oh,
I
she's
already did
perfect?
breed her.
Nice. Well, it is a Selene, but
I just
nice.
got her really fast. Like, I didn't need a lot of them. I just needed the one.
There's a lucky thing around. What is it?
Me, I'm lucky because I married you.
Bitch.
Lucy's like, yeah. Check on these eggs. Super lucky. Best couple. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, he makes me so happy.
It's a Dogan. Sure, we'll get some back shots. Best couple. Oh my god, we got the best couple approval from Lucy.
Yay.
Got a lucky Dogan. What Aiko doesn't realize is I'm the luckiest for having her.
Okay.
I'm the gayest.
That's so many fucking eggs. Do you want to know what I've been feeding them?
What's that? What do you mean,
The
feeding them?
vegetable cake.
Oh!
And then that combined with the perk of every time you pick up an egg, it could double. I
So
am
many.
swimming in eggs, dude.
It's like as soon as you've got the stats into an area you want them.
I don't.
Oh.
I don't. That's just what I'm saying. It's like that's why I said as soon as I have the stats in the area I want them, I'll be able to max all of them out to 4 stars immediately.
Mm-hmm.
No, shit,
You are
shit, shit,
drowning.
shit,
It's egg something.
shit, shit, shit,
um.
shit, shit, and shit. All of them are shit.
Yo, she's joining the I'm eating a hot dog and drinking alcohol. Oh, that sounds like a nice.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I am
Guess
going
what Friday night
to,
for you? It's
if
Thursday night.
if two have 90 something, then I will favorite it. I do not want to move it to 4 stars just yet. And by that I mean like everything green. Sorry, everything green at least
Everything green with two of them
over 90.
in over 90. Okay. My Gloopy is unfortunately not going to help you, but I. Oh, it's got 96 in health, but the other two are very low. Um, I might go to the area where Gloopy spawn and see if I can get you like a good one.
That's okay.
Unless you just want to breed them.
No, I'm just frustrated because like I have been breeding them.
Yeah, you've just been getting unlucky with the.
Like, okay, so I have no, no. I have three now. If I were to save the three, I have three that have two stats over 90 and
Yeah,
one that's 80, but it's just frustrating.
yeah, and it becomes a lot more automated later once they get the ancient hatchery. But getting to that point is gonna be rough.
I'm just gonna sit here for the next 2 minutes.
Oh shit, green.
Whereas my fucking what is it? My Chillet team's done. I just need to get them to 4 stars.
Yeah. So you just you're close.
Yeah.
Once you got the gloopies, is there another one? I mean, there'll definitely be more, probably. Maybe, I don't know.
I'll need 20 gloopies.
Yeah.
I've got 20 chillets, and now I'm making 20 trying to make 20 gloopies. And then they'll all be, I want them to all be 4 stars, and then I have to go and level them up. Which I could do pretty easily just by putting them in there, taking Ryuma out, and going to go kill those Lylines.
Oh yeah, very easy for you to level up. Just have just kill the Lylings. They're so close.
Yeah, and if I can't kill a Lyline, I've got a Menacing. If it's nighttime, I got a Lyline knocked and a Menacing.
Yeah. Yeah, leveling's the easy part. At least leveling up to the point of when you can start using the gem thingies.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's put these back in there.
Ooh,
And we're gonna
yeah.
sit here and we're gonna go through these fucking eggs together.
I am... Do you want to take a small sanity break and fight some?
No,
Okay.
I don't know what we're fighting, but I can't. I'm too locked in, babe.
Okay.
What were you wanting to fight?
I was gonna see if you wanted to fight some like like the level 35 Belanoirs in
Yes.
raid. You do?
Yeah, but only because I really need ancient cores.
Same. That is why I want to fight them. Got 3 slabs. Nice.
All right, where are we going? Oh, yeah. Okay. I've just had this guy in my inventory, Brothers of the Eternal Martyr. He's just been, he's just been hanging with me. Because if I don't, I only have 4 things in my only 4 creatures in my inventory, and then it winds up getting filled with something that I'm trying to hatch. So I just
Yeah.
put a dude, just some guy. All right, have you put it in yet?
I have not put it in. Okay, let's go. Belanoir Raid Arena. Go.
Sort by
I think
level.
a really good test once you've got your things ready and leveled will be the Belanoir Libero.
I'm
The
just doing
45.
page 1. This is the entirety of page 1, by the way. So we can put in as many as we want. Like, okay, we can go.
I'm gonna get some interesting friends in as well.
Why does my leaf fan look like this? Look at her. Look at her, babe. This was that
Why
lucky
is
leaf
she glowing?
fan.
Oh, she's glowing because she's lucky, but usually the
I
effect
don't
is just
know. This is the 2-star one that I got. I don't know what's wrong with this one. I love her. I want to put her in my pockets. I might put her in my pockets for real. I don't know what it is with her, but she's special.
yeah. There's something interesting going on with it. Maybe she's awakened.
Is that what that means?
I don't know. It could be because we can't do that until we go to the world tree.
Interesting.
I will take my eyes back.
Yeah, she does. She's got aura.
Oh, so she's awakened.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I was just talking about Luffy. Lucy just said that.
She got aura. She does have aura. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Let's go. Let's fuck up this bitch. It's gonna die so quick.
Oh, yep. Oh, look, everybody's okay.
I don't even know if she got to attack.
I'm gonna put this leaf fan in my pockets. Her entire thing, she's lucky. She is lucky.
Um,
She has 3 stars. I'm sorry, I thought she had 2 stars before. Don't, I
Another
don't,
one of my things that I know has 4 stars.
don't understand her. Her attack is super high.
Uh, Palworld, Pal picture belong. A glowing aura on a pal's picture or avatar in Pal generally indicates they are an awakened pal.
I have an awakened pal and it's a panda.
She's awakened and lucky. Oh my god, fuck, that's insane.
Yeah. I don't even know what awakened means, but like, okay.
That's endgame shit once you get to the world tree. It's like a endgame power up stuff. That was even faster.
I didn't even move. What does awakened mean?
It's the like final stage power up thing. You can craft the things to awaken in the ancient.
Yeah, I know I have that, but that doesn't tell me what awakened means.
It,
She glows. I don't know.
I don't know what it means, but it like awakens their like max potential.
Oh.
And like hidden something end game.
Hmm. You gonna put some pals in?
I can put some pals in.
Go for it. What are you harvesting, Leafan?
Yeah, that's my page one of level pals. Of level pals. Definitely not as good as your page one. Ready?
Yeah. Whoa, you have a huge Calamari Primo, dude. How do you get that?
I think it's a boss.
Nice.
I don't know. I don't know how I got to that. An egg? Yeah, it was an egg. It was mutated.
Ah, I see. Lucy says it means she's cool, which is not wrong. How many more tablets do you have?
That was my last
Okay.
of the 35.
Okay.
I have 45 tablets if you want.
No, 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 we're good. We can.
I feel like with how fast we're doing the 35s, we probably could be fine.
Yeah, but that was such a. I don't know. It's scary. Let me get my team made up.
Okay, so Awakening is an endgame mechanic that permanently boosts the Pal's space stats. It unlocks their hidden powers. I'm not sure what the hidden power is. Depends on what power it is. I That is amazing that you got a
I know, right?
yeah. Do you care about having any of the eggs? Balanoa egg?
No.
Okay. It sounds pretty based indeed. Just like a turkey. Quite based.
Basted.
Mm. Pardon. I have borked. Okay, my Drummondines. How are they going? How are my Drummond? Oh. That's just a big
I have
upgrade
them
on
sorted
that.
by levels. This shit. Okay. All right. Let's see what I got.
Good.
Bad,
Drummond.
bad, bad, bad,
That's an upgrade on the female.
bad, 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 bad,
Karen's
bad,
upgraded.
bad, 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 bad. Eh.
Have you been replacing the parents when you can?
Yes, but I haven't gotten anything that's better than the parents.
Mm. It's just the health that keeps happening.
Yep.
Yeah, we can... Oh, hey, Whipper! Oh
Hi,
my
Whoopa.
god,
Welcome back.
you got the fourth thingy for being a founder.
Nice.
I'm so happy. Thank you very much for subscribing before as well. I might have been affiliate for around 3 years, but I got affiliate and then just had a massive mental health decline and just stopped streaming for ages. So, the Ronies have been ripped. Mine was for about 3 years, but I did stream a little bit again, and then I was like a year, and then I got Aiko, and then here I am, living my best life with the best wife.
Yeah. I never know what to say.
You don't have to say anything, honey. Gay is perfectly fine.
Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay. Is there anything I can do to help you, my love?
No, I think I'm just gonna have to be satisfied with the team of the 80 somethings healths. Because, like, they're good, they're fine. It's just annoying because I want everything to be in the 90s.
We can get life fruits.
Oh, yeah.
Fix that.
All right.
So you've got some that are 90, 90, and like just the health is 80 in the 80s or
Yeah.
something, right?
It's basically they're all like 83 health, 100 attack, and like 94 defense.
Okay. Yeah, we can fix that with some life fruits.
Yeah.
I'll see if I have any spare. Nonsense. I do have a single life fruit I can give you, but then I can also. I don't have enough dog coins to go buy more.
Should I just should I just give it to the breeding pals?
Um,
Because like my
probably.
breeding pal right now, okay, this is what this is what their stats are, okay? 83 194 and then 92 174. I keep hoping that the 92 will get on the 83, but it doesn't.
Yeah, I think Giving it to the breeding power will make more sense because it'll give you a higher likelihood to get better.
Yeah. Okay. Did you give? Oh, there. Yeah. Okay.
It
Let's see.
makes it gives a higher likelihood for the children pal to have better stats. Even if you have 100, 100, 100, the
All right. She's now 93, 194.
ooh, that's amazing. And the other one was low on which one?
No, the other one. Well, the other one's low on defense, I guess.
Okay.
But it's like too low on defense. I think I've got. I think I have those though. I'm gonna check.
So yeah, that'll give you a better chance for children to have higher stats.
Yeah.
And then yeah, yeah.
I've got two
Breeding power better.
defense. Yeah, I got two defense ones, which would actually be perfect.
Perfect.
Because I think
Indeed.
it
You're
should
gonna
raise
pull
74 up to 90, I think.
yeah, should get 94, I think. I believe it's 10
We'll
each.
see. This one. What's this one?
I'll sign those. I got some more AI calls from that. I am going to go into. I'm gonna go and try and catch another Neptilius.
92, 194, 93, 194. Okay.
Nice.
Hopefully this is why I haven't been putting anything like I've been marking them as a maybe, but I haven't been actually using them.
Yeah.
I haven't done anything else. What is this? What is this perk? I got a rainbow perk called Lavish Hospitality. Your dropped
Sanity.
item and plus 100%. I don't even know what that means.
Oh.
What does that even mean? I don't even know what that means.
That is. Yeah, you drop like when you kill something, it drops 100% more things, I believe.
Oh.
Yeah, killed the
I think
Neptilius.
I got another diamond or rainbow passive. Well, technically, I don't know. What was that?
How are you doing, Weeper? Yes,
Bad,
and I
bad, bad,
put
bad,
respawn, but yes, I am
bad,
awake,
bad,
Tristan. I did wake up.
bad, bad, bad. Light-footed was the thing.
Oh, the thing that lets you jump twice.
Yeah, that totally makes sense on a gloopy.
Streak, streak. You telling me to run around naked?
I am going to remove the one
I
star.
didn't. Okay. Got my string streak. Okay, okay. Oh, nice. Oh, yes, your streak continued. Cool. That is really weird that that doesn't appear in my in the OBS thing, the OBS multi chat thingy. That is why I have multiple things up to track. Things are going. I am. What do I want to do? I could run the Terraria dungeon again. I could. What am I wanting? What am I wanting? Ancient Civilization cores, ideally. Which requires doing endgame shit. Circuit boards. Circuit boards I want to make a bunch of. Polymer. I can make a good chunk of polymer.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 gloopies ready to be 4-starred.
Fuck, nice. Nice, nice, nice. I am going to go into Terraria Dungeon.
Okay.
No. Yes? No. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe Fate Break Dungeon. I don't know. Desert Dungeons. No. Yes, Desert Dungeons. I think they. I'm gonna go around different regions and just do dungeons.
Okay.
I want the flowers.
Okay. I understand. Trash, 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 trash. Ooh, actually got one that was a 92, 194. I will temporarily 1-star that one because I might get better ones. Still, that's not too shabby for my first one. But it's Night Owl. What the wrong? What the fuck?
No.
It's fucking Night Owl.
I am
You are a.
Ara.
Oh. I forgot to tell you what else I got today. I had a mutated egg. 2 mutated eggs. They both hatched out Broncherry Aquas, right? Not really that crazy.
Okay.
However, the Broncherry Aqua it hatched has a passive skill that says, while at a base, increases egg production speed by 30% and incubation speed by 30% for pals assigned to a breeding farm.
Passive skill or partner skill?
Passive skill. I don't even need a saddle.
What? What is?
It's the diamond passive babysitter.
Oh yes, babysitter.
It's
I
awesome.
think I got that on something. Oh my god, that is
That
amazing.
might be why I'm getting so many fucking eggs.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That plus I've got I'm holding my egg people. Plus I also have Brillo Hot here too.
Yeah, that is why you're getting so many eggs.
Yeah.
I think I have something with that passive, now that you mention it. I might have.
Yeah, these
No.
actually I should check cuz I don't think I. Can you do me a favor? Can you check
Yeah?
to see how. No, never mind. I don't know how long it would take.
anything.
At 100% incubation speed, it takes my large damp egg 2.5 minutes.
Yep.
That's it. Large damp egg.
Okay,
Huge damp egg, 5 minutes.
how long to hatch a huge egg? Oh. So a huge egg. Uh, Why am I on that one? Incubation. Oh, I need to get this one. The world difficulty is normal?
No, it's a custom, but like I didn't change the egg
Didn't change
settings.
the egg. Okay.
Keep in mind that the game actually did reduce the amount of time for huge eggs, like with the patch or with the update, remember?
Yes, yes. Uh, huge
You know what I'm gonna do?
egg.
You know what I'm gonna do? Hold on. I'm just gonna go to my workshop.
Why is it saying 2 hours? It's not 2 hours. It might be two in-game hours, which I think is 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Okay, large incubate. No.
Large eggs 10 minutes. Uh,
At 50% incubation speed, it says it takes 13 minutes.
is that with the babysitter passive?
No, that's at a different base.
Huge eggs can take around 15 minutes. Oh, because I've done some technology upgrades as well. So the base for huge eggs is 15 minutes.
Okay. Well, then 5 minutes.
Fuck, that is literally like the normal sized eggs at default without any like research or speed up things for them. Dang. Technical manual. Oh, that was Nightmare Ball, not Fireball.
2, 3, 4, 5,
Is
6,
chat
7.
frozen on the screen?
No, I can see it. Oh, on my stream? I don't know.
It could be. That is something that can happen. Oh, interesting. Cognito's got an interesting attack where it just phases out of existence and can't be hit, and then just teleports onto them and pecks them.
See,
Power Lotus. It might just need like an overlay refresh
I
or something.
refreshed it and let's see what happens. It's not popping in the chat.
Yay. Thank you, Lucy. Thank you. It's very useful when
And people let us know stuff that's happening.
yeah, I like
Because otherwise we don't know. I'm gonna quit Lumia and
and
log back
check.
out.
Like we do check, we do try and keep an eye on things, but like we're mostly focused on the game and then just the chat that pops up in our tracking things, but it doesn't tell us if anything's wrong with you guys because if we're looking at OBS, yeah, like we were still replying to everything you're saying. Just I guess nothing was updated. Because on our end, everything's fine.
There we go, fixed it.
Thank you, Lucy. Yeah, as soon as you said that, I also checked mine, but mine was fine too. Mine was fine.
Thank you, Lucy, you're awesome. All right, I got the last batch of eggs in the incubator right now that um that were
From
not from this current breeding pair. Or were from this
okay,
breeding pair technically, but like
just the stats weren't
yeah.
upgraded. Yeah. Something that used to happen with the IVs is even if you use fruits to upgrade them, it didn't translate to the children, the eggs that come from them.
Interesting.
But now they do.
Okay.
That is something they fixed.
Good.
And oh,
Gotta go really quick over
I don't
here.
know if it was 1.0, but yeah, pretty sure it could have been 1.0 when they fixed it. Do that there. That'll probably get
Like with
everyone.
Stream Avatar, but I haven't been here a while, so you might not use them. No, I haven't. I haven't used Stream Avatar in a while. Mostly because it's like I'm trying to figure out what I can cut for performance purposes.
Yeah, stream avatars unfortunately is one of those things. Okay, interesting base design. How am I supposed to get in this side? How am I supposed to get into this base? Roof, maybe? I feel like something didn't load properly with this base. It must be the roof, though.
What are you talking about? Is it the one that looks like it's got barrels in front of it?
Yeah.
Okay, those are doors on either side of the barrel. They're just really big doors.
Oh,
I could
they
I could
are.
picture it because I was like, I had issues with that one too, and I realized they were doors.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dang, that is not the greatest base design I've seen from like a uh.
No, the thing is we don't have access to those massive doors.
We don't. Yeah. Wait, maybe we do. They might be metal gates.
Oh yeah, maybe. We just never use them.
Let me check. Technology. Where's the metal? Metal. Metal defensive wall. No. Gate. Iron gates. Yes. Yes. We
Oh,
do have access to them. They're the iron
well,
gates.
never mind then. Fuck
Uh,
me.
that is a well-designed base. Like it's a confusing design.
Yeah.
The chest is okay. Cool. I like that base.
Mm-hmm.
I can guarantee you there's a lot of people that just go to the barrels and like, ah, how the fuck do I get in? And then just leave.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that is um yeah, that is interesting. Things like Stream Avatar might return in the future when like if we
Upgrade our GPUs.
upgrade our, yeah, we get better GPUs, have a dedicated screen computer.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I have a dedicated stream computer. I just hate using it.
Yeah, it does require a lot more setup. But if we do get a dedicated like server,
Mm.
use a computer as a dedicated server, that will offload so much.
Yeah.
Or even just pay for the hosting of a server. That's what I was gonna do with my Ragnarhawk. Okay. I need to give it more stamina.
Fuck, I thought I was just doing it. Alright. Back over to here.
Secret Mine Shaft has the black marketeer in it.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Any good ones? I always check anyways. Nope, 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 and nope. Big shock. I've literally got one good egg.
And now, from now on, this will be better statted parents. That's good. Is that a Minmog? No, it is a chest. Do I have a Surfer Terror with Serenity already? No. Okay, well, that's another quest I've got that I can do. Mhm. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-da-dum. What do I need for these? Horns. Do we have horns getting made at the ranch?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know.
I go check. Also check if there's anything that like produces. We don't have. We've got bones, but no horns.
Oh, bro.
Interesting. Okay, so there isn't a power that produces horns, I don't think. Or at least it hasn't been updated with information about Pal that produces horns.
Oh, lordy.
So if I go to the small settlement, I can buy a bunch.
So, like,
Hmm?
I'm gonna need to go to your base
Yeah.
workshop because basically I made 500 polymer thinking that would be enough. Clearly, there's more structures in my base than I thought. It's not that I don't have the materials, it's that I tore down the thing, needed to do the thing, and I don't currently have electricity at my new base.
Oh no.
All right, let's see what we've got. All right. New babies. Ready?
Yep.
94, 187.
Much better.
I mean, it's got the health, but the defense has lost the
Yeah.
defense. 67, 103.
Okay, that awful.
81, 88, 94.
Still good, but
92, 87, 82. 83, 52, 82. 96, 20, 94. 2, 100. 87. 46, 97, 94. 93, 66, 24. 93, 66, 24. They're all shit.
it's on average better though.
Maybe. That's fine. I'm still doing eggs. Not stopping.
Yep.
Good
But
lord.
on average, that's a lot better. Like
I need high quality pal oil and I need sulfur. I'm gonna
I
grab some.
produced a lot of
Oh, well then I'm just gonna go fucking rob you then.
yeah. Honestly, do it. Make me poor. Because I'm rich in love.
Okay.
Do you hate it?
No, gay boy. Oh, you sit there and talk like you got a lot of shit. No, I gotta go back to my base really quick and pick up some fucking high quality pal oil because you're poor.
Oh no, I made it all into polymer before.
Oh, you have polymers?
Yeah, I've got 563 in my base.
Just gotta go get some more polymer.
That's fine. I got the recipe made.
How much pal oil do I have? 1,816. I'll bring half of it.
Okay, how many do I need? I need 35. Which I think is the exact amount I can craft. Yep, perfect. Yeah.
What are you making?
High quality, high grade medical supplies
Oh,
for research purposes. For some reason, you're cold right now. Weirdly enough, as soon as you said that, I got a cold chill.
put a blanket on.
Oh my god, she's gonna suffocate me with a blanket. Past the servants, surely. Yeah, servant terror. You're so awful that you are gonna get upgraded to have serenity, and then disposed of by giving it to someone who wants you. Serenity, serenity, serenity. Two cute pals are next to each other.
Talking about
And
you.
we're trash cans. Oh, wait, you're talking about pals in game. Oh no. Yeah, thank you for that. Oh, speed
My
lotion.
gloopies are here to disappoint me.
Gloopies are disappointing you?
Yes.
You had no troubles with the chillets.
No, the chillets were like, boom, done. I am the best. And I'm like, fuck yeah, you are.
I think Gloopy's just too depressed to be good.
Been hanging out with the depressos.
Yeah. Ooh, ooh. I am getting the stats I wanted on those. Thanks for recommending Vocaloids, Lucy.
Yeah, it's not
This is a
bad.
pop.
Having a good time.
Yeah.
It's definitely not as bad as I thought it would be.
They've come a long way.
I was picturing something incredibly horrible. No offense.
All taken. Nice, I got 10 from that. Okay.
Okay.
How did you get to the second floor, Yakumo?
Skills.
Interesting.
What? What?
Yakumo, I think, apparently has an attack where it can run around and explode.
Did not know that.
They're being rescued.
Is directly below this the center of the base? Yes. Yes, it is. Okay, good, 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 good. Good to know.
Okay, that doesn't work on raid bosses, so there's no point having them. I want these two to keep breeding. I would like. I need more money to get Vanguard on you, but that's okay. I can put you in breeding. And then if I get some kindling pals of the cute variety, sure, I could get a couple of Chilled Ignises in. They're cute. And they're not big.
A visitor's arrived at your base.
That they have. Oh, I put them in our party. Whoops. Chilled Ignises, please only work on kindling. Oh, it's a guarded
2, 3,
merchant.
4, 5,
As a town ambassador. Oh,
6,
oh, thanks for the high quality
3,
cloth. Now you're
4,
running away. You're
5,
scared.
6. 2, 3,
Okay,
4,
cake.
5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes, it duplicated the mutated egg. Nice. So that gets up to 50% max. Let's probably get plus 100% max. That'll probably get the plus 50% maxes on. That'll get 50%, 100%, probably 50% for status resistant. I feel like I need some defenses here.
Maybe, because you keep getting raided.
Yeah, I keep having like some raids and some Yakumas come through. Um, you're mounted. Yes, I'll launch work on the roof. I'll yeah. Okay, so I would need mounted missile launcher. What if I search by defenses? Technology. Defenses.
2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I
Okay, so
see.
the mounted missile launchers are the best. So I will go to my workshop and then go AFK a bit. So
Okay.
I need to go to the bathroom.
Okay. Love you.
I wouldn't say I'm entertained, but you were incredibly entertaining, so that's just
I'm
gonna
just
have to
vibing, dude. I'm just building.
Rude Viston is entertaining.
Oh, shut up. Go away. Oh, shut up. Go away.
Never.
Tell me you're not going to go to the bathroom then? You telling me you're not going to go to the bathroom then?
Oh no, no.
Oh, yeah. That looks fabulous. Nope. Shit. The bop. The song request redeem is back? See, you say that, but that I didn't turn that back on. And if I didn't turn it back on, it's not gonna do anything. I don't know. It probably came back when I was adjusting the timer for something else. Like hydrate, because people kept trying to drown me. I don't know. I've just been sitting here. I have no idea. Might have to delete it until I figure out why Spotify's not working. I like having it. It's just not working right now. I fucking love Spotify though. Like even though it's buggy sometimes, like you get all sorts of shit on there. Like a playlist for fucking everything. Sorry, I'm so fucking locked in, bro. Oh, hi, Kuma. Sounds like she's saying taco, taco, yeah. Taco, taco. She really likes tacos. That's the fucking mood, honestly. It to be. I want it to look nice, but it's like now, it's like, might be able to do, hold on. Do this instead of a full. Oh my god, don't do that. That sounded creepy. Mm.
Love you.
You're
Hot,
welcome.
hot stuff. I don't know how to resist this, man.
I know you all want to hear this, so I'm gonna blow my nose right into the mic. No, I'm not. I'm gonna mirror it. Oh, hello, Kuma. How you doing, Kuma? Just woke up. Is that okay? Okay. What am I missing?
Like a little bit more.
Who's based like a turkey again? Or a chicken? Ooh, quarter chicken basting. By basting, I mean just their chicken with nothing on it is amazing. wonder if
God, walk a little bit more forward.
that's will be good enough.
Oops. Tried to roll and accidentally canceled a thing to do with it. I love canceling things while I'm rolling.
It's your hidden skill. Crap, you let them all see it. They know your hidden skill, my love. You are cancel culture, but only while rolling. This should be good enough for this side of the base. You use this as a sleep aid? Nice, nice.
Ew.
Yeah. We are not high
energy
energy screaming streamers, so honestly, I could see it actually be decent for sleep.
Oh, hell yeah. That looks amazing.
Yeah, mounted missile launcher. Yeah, let's go, Lambos. Demon God and Loki, cool. Those are the two that I wanted on. Idiosyncratic is extra. Demon God and Loki is the minimum. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're such a good Lambo. Another mutated egg? Yes, and I duplicated the mutated egg. Nice Grintail. Probably should get the last star on my Grintail, shouldn't I?
Fun too. I don't have any stars on my Grintail.
It's at 3 stars, it's 65% chance.
What are you hitting? Have you found a tree somehow up here all the way? I like this song.
This is Bad Apple?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. 9,575. Must make twins. Even God lucky. Your stats. Oh, your stats are not good. To be Demon God and lucky. God lucky, no. Not good stats. Demon God, no. None of them are good stats. Probably gonna get to 100. The 4 stars, maybe. Yeah. What do they get at 4 star? What does my German Tide have at 4 star? Players and pals damaged enemies picked up soaked by 65. Ooh, does not. Okay, it's got ride speed and it increased damage against things.
I'm like straining my neck over here, like trying to get the right angles.
Oh no. Please take care of your neck, my love.
I'm a race car driver.
All the rainbow slimes have a shit. Is it you making that noise, T-Fan? I need to look at it. T-Fan.
All right, I'm gonna find out if something kills me. Nope, sweet.
I think it is actually the T-Fan making that sound. It's like. That's the case. Gotta deal with it. He's so cute otherwise. Can you please stop making noise, T-Fan? I know you're happy. Unless it is. Do you make that sound? It is your. I was right. It is a tansy.
It is the tansy.
Bye bye, both of you. I'm sorry, but you're just too fucking annoying. What can replace them?
What were they doing?
I don't know existing. Just vibing. Probably do a better transporting. Could have the Kilimari Primos. They're cute. Oh, actually, no, these guys, the Paparazzi. Go, Paparazzi. Darion Primos. Oh. Do I have sort by babysitter?
2, 3, 4,
I
6,
do
7,
have a
9,
babysitting power.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Cornelia, you're gonna be the guardian of this base. I want to level you up. Let me get my main
Your
team.
Prunelia is the one that has babysitter? Nice. I am so jealous.
And she's also got Master of Fasting.
Oh my god, that's fantastic. You lucky bitch.
Don't worry, honey. When I get around to breeding her, I'm gonna.
You know how long it took me to get my fucking Prunelia to good stats? Well, to be fair, I guess it was just the stars that I needed. Well, I mean, no, because I mean, I had to give her a bunch of books for planting.
Oh yeah, yeah, true. Um, so you've done all the bosses on Fabric, or most of them at the very least?
No, I got distracted with building my base.
Which ones haven't you done?
I don't know. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, motherfucker. There we go.
Yeah. Eleven Polka, which was originally a famous Finland song, and this is a remix of a famous vocaloid version, being more jazzy by the sounds of it. Oh, this one playing now or the one before?
I have not done the Polaris Aqua. I have not done the Splatterina. I have not done the Gildane. I've not done Smoky. I've not done the Fingalope Lux. I have not done the Neafia.
I haven't done that one. Okay, so I'm good to do most of them.
I'm still building them, so it's going to be a minute. I'm going to go back and check on my eggs really quick because I've been building.
Probably got full amount of eggs there that can be there.
Probably. It's a lot of eggs. Let's see. My inventory is going to fill up just because I never emptied my inventory while I was at the base.
I can do this good. I didn't think she would kill that because of a type disadvantage.
Let's see if
Or I
we
guess
got any good
control.
ones.
Dang! Holy shit! So basically, all I've done was I killed Pinch for some bounty tokens, and then I killed the duelist Noct, and my Pronelli is level 70.
Oh, wow. I got 2 good ones in that batch.
Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. That's good. That's very good. Now it's acting more like the Chillets were. We were actually, getting them semi-often.
Mm-hmm.
If I teleport to... Get that one together. Oh yeah, I should do this guy again. He's probably up again. actually go to my base. Or a base. And then pick up. It was bad levels, and I know you are hopefully good. Ooh, ooh.
I currently have 3 gloopies that are 4 stars.
Nice. Wow. Wait, are all your chillets 4 stars?
No.
Okay, okay. You just have
I had to
one
take a
each.
break from the chillets while I worked on the gloopies.
Yeah, yeah. I see.
I have 2 mutated eggs sitting in this chest and a bunch of fire eggs. So it's not that I don't love my chillets. I do. I just gotta get. I only have so much. I can do it once.
Sure,
This
yeah,
one's
there are only
good.
so many.
This one's good. I got 2 more good ones out of that batch.
Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, it's
God, that was a good idea, babe.
you're welcome, you're welcome. I know that like we were talking about using them to get them to like get specific battle ones at the max, but getting the breeding ones high enough is probably better for at least getting the raid teams and then eventually getting the other ones up. Before? Okay.
I have 3 more gloopies that are going to I can turn 3 more gloopies into 4 stars.
Ooh.
And I have 5 gloopies at 4 stars right now. And I can turn 3 more. I got 8
Wow.
gloopies total to 5 stars. That's how many?
That's insane. You're gonna be done with your groupies so soon. Now that you're actually getting good stats.
Yeah. All right. Back to
But it is good for next time, learning experience.
yeah, for sure.
Up top? I'll check over here in this lava area first. It might be up top. It is. This will be easy getting back to the Wish Run from up here.
I am currently moving lots of storage, so.
Okay, yeah. Fighting the world bosses, like the level 70 world bosses, gets you up very high very quickly.
Nice.
I imagine if we find any level 80 world bosses, they'll do even more. I think the Sky Island, yeah, the Jet Dragon's level 70. It looks like that's still a level 70 world boss area. These are a jam, Lucy. Good recommendation.
Agreed.
I can't understand what's being said half the time.
Oh, I have literally no idea what's being said.
That's no different from a lot of English songs for me.
Some are Japanese, some are English. Okay, well, that explains it.
Yes. Just, listening to it in the background, I can't tell the difference between which is which.
Yep, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to go to sleep right there.
Pay attention, I could probably figure it out. Yeah, this one's Japanese. This is Miku. I am Miku, Miku. Miku, Miku, Miku. It's interesting seeing which words I understand.
I'm carrying 499,794 pounds. I love moving storage. I'm gonna have to fix my sword after this.
Yeah, even storage is an experience. Oh, I forgot to start my party back so I can actually fucking swim. You need a hand?
Nah, I'm good. I'm enjoying. I'm relaxed.
I'm coming to this place any. Oh, yes, this style. Yes, I think I remember this one. Maybe I don't know. Did you test out this one before?
This is the one I built before. I just rebuilt it, but bigger.
And in futuristic.
Yeah.
Um,
You know, it just made me laugh for just a second. You know what I'm surprised isn't a key item?
What's that?
Keys.
Yep.
Think about it. They're the most key item of this game.
They really are. Really, that was a miss? It was literally right there.
Do you like it?
Your base? Yeah.
Looks really clean.
You? Yeah. I really should. I need to get the jewelry. You're the guardian of this base, Cornelia. And the I could search it like this. Salvaging, salvaging. Mm. Oh my god.
What?
Hydrolons.
What? Okay.
I got them from mutated eggs.
Oh.
Holy shit.
How fast are they?
They've got 4 rainbow skills on them.
What the fuck?
Immortality, King of the Waves, Demon God, and Lucky.
Again, what the fuck?
King of the Waves is useless, but holy shit, they're really good. Their stats are. Oh, that one's actually good. Um,
Alexa, stop. Apparently it's midnight.
it's midnight time night. Let me. I need to make their saddle to actually be able to tell how fast they are. Oh wow, this is Tal's attack and endurance speed increases by 4% for each other dragon or dark pal in your party.
I'm gonna live my life, Alexa.
It's my life, it's now or never. Alexa's a bitch forever. If I go... Why am I here? Okay, well, I mean, my base is just there, so I can... This is a Vocaloid? Mind brand movies first. This is a... Oh, wow. Damn, Vocaloids have come far. What do I need? Okay, I just need technology points, so... I mean, I'm fishing, so I can get books from it. I hate this fucking minigame. Usually I'm good with them, but it's just like... The timing of these ones just feels a bit odd. And sometimes I just stuff up like that.
I have so many fucking schematics, dude.
Yeah, I'm in a similar boat of just... I've got 3 chests. One's armor, one's weapons, and one's accessories. And my accessories has been full for ages. I think I need to separate them to like rings. Oh.
Yes, I would like everything in this chest except for schematics. Yep, totally.
Hmm?
Your hometown looks like Silent Hill now? Jesus.
Oh no. Yes, if you see any monsters, just assume you're hallucinating, or it's representation of your subconscious you don't want to face, or your family they don't want to see.
Oh, yeah. See the pyramid head dude and just
Somewhere in there.
pyramid head dude. I don't what I said. Don't come over, Mom.
And why are you wearing a pyramid? What cult have you joined? Fish. That's an advanced fish. It's about nice. That's from the Canadian wildfires, right? Yeah. You will probably experience it at some point here, my love, but we do get bad fires occasionally.
I know.
Um,
I've heard of Australia before.
the biggest thing is that yeah, there will be times where outside is a no-go zone because it's just too smoky. I don't know how it gets down here though. Seeing as this is bushfire region, but technically, but like the fires never really come down this far.
This song sounds cursed. I like the purple trees.
watched a video for some information, and I am gonna go verify if it is true.
What's your information?
A place where you can get the best fishing rod in the game. The
Okay.
schematic for it.
Okay.
It seems like there's a few different methods, but this one apparently has it like in a visible location, and it might be a higher drop rate because of that, or even guaranteed. Just head west from here, I should find it. There it is. This structure out here apparently has a chance of dropping.
You alright, babe?
Yeah, a guy like jumped in front of me. I was aiming the guy and he just
It's like, I wanna die!
basically. Nice work, Natilius. Oh, thought that guy was sleeping on a bed. No, he's dead. Place a marker here. This is that guy's sleeping. Interesting. If they're sleeping and I shoot them, is a Palagenetic like research unit people? Uh, if they're sleeping, you do like super critical damage, right?
Wasn't there something I wanted that required the mushrooms? I made something earlier. I was like, oh, I need mushrooms for this.
Regular mushrooms or the
Fancy magic mushrooms.
Yes, there are. I think it's one of the accessories.
Oh, right. Okay. Never mind then.
King Locks, interesting. Thank you. I'll take that from you. Killed its owner, and now I have a King Locks. Is that new?
I guess. I don't know. I'd never seen it before.
Cool. How much if we I did not get it. But to be fair, it's in the loot pool of this area.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I've never seen a little mutated egg.
Oh, you found a little one.
Well, it's
Ooh.
large, but you know, it's not huge. Should start naming the group. Oh, my chickens are unconscious. And it sounded like I got attacked by a Toku Toku, so I'm confused. What was the Toku Toku doing up here?
No, no.
What was I gonna call them again? The Shadow what? Shadow Guard. That's right.
Let's see if someone did drop Premiere on that. I just didn't pick it up. Thought I caught him last time. Yeah, nothing there.
Alright. Oops.
Rubbing by Benny. Well, I'm gonna go see if I can fish underneath the Sky Islands for like salvage and what is there.
Okay.
Whereas I could just go on. Yeah, I'm gonna go up to the Sky Island, get on my Neptilius and jump off.
Oh, Jesus.
I think that's the fastest way to get there.
Let's see.
Wee. Oh. Yep, there's salvage down here. I think that's it.
Five. Seven.
Not seen any more salvage. There's only a couple of pieces.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And then I need 20 of these babies. I currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Mm-hmm. Optimus.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's see what I got. A Loop Moon Crest with Idiosyncratic and Diamond Body. Don't care.
Apparently, the regen from Idiosyncratic is actually pretty good.
Yeah, but it's on a Loop Moon Crest.
Yeah,
I don't care.
not what you're after for any raids. I'm surprised the raid bosses don't have a more distributed
Oh, but if you want the Loop Moon Crest, not only does it have Idiosyncratic and Diamond Body, it also has 99, 99, 100.
Oh,
It's just ice, though.
yeah. Maybe. Not sure.
Gotta go to 8. Oh, yeah, here's the perfect gloopy. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
1, 100, 7.
All it needs is attack, baby. That is honestly impressive.
That's fucking beautiful. I will stand and stretch. Thank you, Lucy.
I will join you, my love.
I could stand and stretch and, like, compress these at the same time. Totally. I'm so good at this.
I'm almost touching the ceiling.
I'm not stretching up.
If I don't, I can touch the ceiling.
You're just letting everybody know you're a short ass.
I know, I'm so tiny. Yeah.
I have got my, like, back in a really weird point. Like, no, 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 no. It's perfect. It's like, it hurts good.
Oh, okay. So it's like a decompressing kind of hurt.
Yeah.
Nice. That's a good spot.
Why are these organized like this?
The song request redeem. I don't think it works right now.
It does not.
Yeah.
I
Unfortunately,
thought I turned it off.
I thought it was off too.
Lucy did point out that it had turned back on at some point. And I said, I don't know why, because I didn't do that. Who requested a song? Oh, Kuma did. Alright, I'll turn it off.
Did Lumia sync in with Twitch? Turn it back on.
Well, I mean, it's not like it fucking works. Lucy. Unless he requested the Mind Electric. Or Paranoid. Which I doubt, because that's not his vibe. I'm gonna figure out how it works. Hold on. Let me see if I can't get this set back up.
double schematics.
Copy that. And I'm gonna do this. This is what Kuma did. And I'm gonna check my Spotify. Save Tonight by Eagle Eye Cherry? Is that the one? Are we working? There you go. I fixed it. I just had to turn the connection back on. I had it turned off because it wasn't working, but I guess it fixed itself now, so it's working now.
Nice.
Mhm.
It's good to know.
There. Now I don't have to turn it off.
Yay! I will see what
Put some of these cakes over here. Because now that we're getting into some kind of flow, I'm gonna need a bunch of chillets. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I'm gonna test this other one that Kuma did.
Okay. Let's see. After Eagle Eye Tonight, we've got Bang Bang, or Save Tonight, then Bang Bang Bang, and then Save Tonight again. Okay. Oh, because Lucy did it. Lucy requested the song again.
Oh, I see.
Requested a song. Oh no, he requested a song, I think, and then you requested the same song I requested. Yeah, I see.
Is that the same song you requested?
Yeah, the in one that ends in A4B.
Oh, okay.
That's why it's on there twice.
I swear I copied the other one, but I guess not. There we go. That's the other one. I don't think I can see these requested ones. Or are they at the end of the playlist?
It just says it just shows that it's the next in queue.
Oh, I can see. Yeah, I don't see the next in queue ones. Other than the playlist. Like the Vocaloid playlist. Something cool that's with efficient for salvage with the Gelroy is whenever you get schematics, you get 2 instead of 1.
Oh,
Just a faster
yeah,
to
that's
get
nice.
all the schematics. Mm. Mm. Resistant Hexalite armor schematic. Let's see if going towards the Sky Island will have schematics appearing again. Salvage, I mean. No, Whipper. No. I've been told to hydrate, my love. Oh no, I don't have water. Looks like I must go on an adventure.
0, 34. Yeah. God, they look so small. Why are you redeeming hydrate to me?
Do you have a water, my love?
Hmm. I love you. He walked around the corner and saw me just as I was chugging my energy drink. I got caught. Do you?
Want me to heat up one of the pastas?
Mmm. No. Yes. No. Yes.
I will heat up one of the pastas for me, and you can steal some if you want.
You know what? That sounds fair. Because I've been so busy and my brain's been so busy and active, I haven't really been that hungry lately. So typically what I'll do is I'll just like grab a little snack. Where are you? Home? Where are you? What do you mean? What do you mean, where am I? I don't know. You have to get a Jippus, man. I have no idea. You have to get the electric birdie out here. The electric birdie's got to get to work.
Lizard.
Lizard! Thanks for the gift sub. Thank you so much, Whippa. Thank you. I have it set up, by the way, and it's meant to be like super funny. That if anybody wants to just like gift a bunch, every single person that gets gifted a gift sub, it goes lizard. It goes lizard, 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 lizard. I think it's funny.
It is very funny. Thank you
Thank
very
you
much,
very much,
Whipple.
Whipple.
Oh,
Oh, oh my god.
I feel like I'm eating sand. What the fuck is your subscription notification?
It's specifically the gift subscription,
Mm-hmm.
but it's the Titanic song played badly on a flute.
Thank you very much.
You concern me. That doesn't change that you concern me.
Who else would concern you as much as me?
I mean, you're not wrong.
But yes, a return with. Unfortunately, we're out of water, my love.
I got to go to the store. Think you got it set up to play a different video at a different amount of subs. Ah, that's fun. I set mine up to every single time, for every sub. And this took me a while to set up. I actually had to go and talk to one of the people who like work for Lumia and everything like that. I wound up talking to the moderators over at Lumia so that they can help me set up. I was like, literally, I just want it to be if somebody does gift subs for every gift sub, because one of the things that was annoying me is that every single gift sub would happen. I'd wind up getting the same notification over and over again. And on Lumia, you can change that to just be like, if you got a gift sub, then no matter how many you've got, it's just going to do one thing. However, you can also set it up to where it just continues to give you one for every single person, right? And I was like, yeah, I kind of want to do the one for every single person, but for every single person, I want it to say lizard. And just have the little lizard thing smacking the button go lizard, 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 lizard. I have a problem. He's like, are you trying to tell me that what you want is for it to play lizard every single time or for every gift sub person? I was like, yeah, that's exactly what I want. Hi, Hika. You never use Lumi. Lumi is amazing. I actually pay to use that. I say I pay to use that shit. I didn't. I paid a one-time fee and I can use it now forever. But it's fucking amazing. I love it. It's synced into fucking everything. I don't even remember how I heard about it. You swapped a streamer bot, change your life. Oh yeah. No, I was using Sammy bot for a long time, and then I was having not I don't know if it's issues. I don't there were restrictions, things I couldn't do and I wanted to do, and I was just like, why not put a snowman over here? A bite?
I got a little fork.
Okay. No, okay. I'm not gonna eat all your food.
Mm. Oh, good morning, Hika.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Mm.
A lot more room up on my top floor now. I also made it taller.
Oh, cool. Like the stairs taller or just the top taller? Or like it's
Stairs
the
taller.
levels? Okay.
So that technically the top is also taller.
So I only need one hand to catch salvage. The other one can be used to eat. Oop. How are you doing today, Whipple?
Get in line with the fish.
You're such a generous person. I think
You think?
sometimes.
Okay.
I think I need to get little sprites for my sub tiers and like length of time. I haven't got them yet because
Oh my god.
I just default Twitch ones. Wow, there's a okay, more salvage. Pretty big lol of salvage there.
I could swim in my fish pond.
Nice.
I don't want to swim in my fish
Nope.
pond. And also, I kind of hate this because, like, it's got a fish symbol at the top of it that I want facing this way. But if I face it this way, then I can't walk up the stairs.
Is that the large one or the small
A
one?
large one.
Oh,
What if I face it the other way?
interesting.
It's like it's meant to be facing that way. But, like,
Yeah.
it also...
Hello, Mayo.
We were talking about you earlier.
Oh,
How are you doing,
welcome
Maya?
in, Mayo.
Hi, I'm Maya. Okay, what's this? What about this? Does this look better? Oh, listen to what we're listening to. Yeah. So we were just saying that, like, wish you were here to listen to it too. That's all.
Hey, my love.
Okay, I think that looks better. What?
You should check out the YouTube chat.
The YouTube chat?
Mm-hmm.
That's not how I wanted to do that.
Oop.
Not where I wanted to go.
Hmm?
I'm struggling. YouTube's being stupid. Give me a minute.
Ah, give her a moment.
Hello. How are you?
How are you doing?
You need to change your YouTube name.
think it like changes the entire Google account's name as well.
No, you can change the YouTube name. That is like the most like
Oh yeah, yeah, you can. I
just
know you used to have to change it when Google first acquired YouTube.
I'm glad she's here. I'm really glad she's here. But I can't say who she is. I can't say who she is and how I know her. But how are you doing? Person who I think is amazing and awesome. Thank you for showing up. Jesus. Okay, I'm gonna put this here.
But yes, we were talking about you, Maya, because of
Vocaloid.
Vocaloid, and also we're talking about randomizer in the Discord.
Oh yeah, we were talking about how because he was like, "Oh, I wish there was a way to set up like a randomizer, like a mod or something." I was like, "I mean, we could just like enable that in the." So I was like,
Oh,
it's just a stock option."
hello, Lucy in YouTube chat.
You see, gonna meet this person who I think's pretty cool.
Yeah, the other person in chat over there is very cool. So what sort of things do you get with the randomizer? Is it like random levels on pals, or is it just random locations for
Mm.
pals?
Yeah, we were thinking about that too, because I was like, "Can you find like a level 3 jet dragon in the beginning?"
There's a setting for both? Ooh. So you could randomize the levels and the pals, or just the pals, or just the levels. Does it affect the tower bosses? Any pal and or random level. Okay, cool. Oh no.
I hate this being
I
here.
got cursor on my mouse pad. Meow. I can go with the other stain that I think you made with the chai latte.
Me? I would never make a mess in here.
It was on my mouse pad, not yours.
Oh,
If I make a mess over there.
I made a mess on your mouse pad?
Yeah.
Now I think you're just lying. I
It
would
wasn't your
never.
fault.
What do you mean it wasn't my fault? I'm so confused.
You were sitting here, we were watching One Piece.
Mm-hmm.
We ordered breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
Got the chai latte, you sat it down, and I think in the delivery process, um, it got shaken a bit and there was a little on the bottom.
Oh, I don't remember this. Like at all.
Been there for a
I
while.
don't know, it's your mouse pad.
This betrayal will never be forgotten. Oh my god, I'm so heavy. I'm fine as long as I'm in the water. I can't leave the water.
You said the bosses seem unchanged as far as I could tell, and the tutorial still wants me to catch 3 land balls. Oh, fair enough.
Good luck.
Like, I don't even know where land balls spawn. Find the land balls at the world tree.
Literally, you might have to get through the entire game to find land balls.
That'd be hilarious. Yeah, that's what I just said. Mayo, get out of my brain.
And there's not a world boss as a land ball. But that would be really cool if there was a random world boss as a land ball.
Hmm.
You're probably not up to it, but I wonder if breeding combinations are.
The song is extremely copyrighted. That's fine. It's on Spotify, and I have it set up to where I have it set up to where it's not gonna be posted in the VOD. Everything I play is copyrighted.
And I have my thing set up so it doesn't play on YouTube, which auto like detects during streams, and Twitch only detects after in the VOD. So it's also not saved to the VOD there. We listen to Metallica. That also gets extremely copyrighted. Metallica
Mm-hmm.
doesn't anyone listen to their songs.
Don't tell Metallica we listen to their song. They won't be very happy. But they're my favorite. They're just very rude. Take your word for it.
Before I thought the PM sleep rate was on the stream.
Not that, but I haven't got there. Oh, I found out today, by the way, I wanted to let you know, for anybody who's curious, I did a little Google and I found out that you cannot, you can't build at the World Tree. And I'm mad about it. Just a little salty. I haven't been there yet. But I was waiting to build this workshop until I got to the World Tree so I could find a cool place to build it at the World Tree. And then I found out that you can't even build at the World Tree. I was like, oh, well, fucking never mind then.
We did not like the Sky Island.
No, the Sky Island sucks. I hate it.
What the heck was that? Oh. Okay. This is cool.
What? Where are you at?
I'm out in the ocean.
No, I see that you're out in the ocean. I'm just.
On my location, there is a moonflower getting a moonflower boat.
Yeah, there was one out whenever I was doing a little explorer at some point. Not where you are, but
Dude. Yeah, they're level 65 on there, so that might actually have good loot in it.
yeah. You're not a fan of deck building games like Library Arena? Oh, I don't like. Yeah, I don't like.
I like some deck building games. I haven't played them
I'm
all.
gonna go check on the eggs.
It's gonna be rough
Brr.
for me back to the
You're way down. Go fuck yourself. Sorry. That was uncalled for.
I wonder if in the randomizer you can come across Terraria pals within the general world.
I don't know. Oh, that'd be really weird. Can you imagine level 1 and just like.
First time you've ever played, you decide to turn on a randomizer and wonder why there's Terraria things everywhere in the starting
There's
screen.
just slimes all over the place. This is just like Terraria.
Do we have a command that checks the song queue?
No.
Damn
I
it.
would sit there. I would say that I will add one, but I won't. Mostly because, like, nobody has ever asked that. If multiple people request it, then I'll add it.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
right now, since nobody has requested it, I'm not gonna add it.
I suppose the way to tell is,
You just wait.
yeah,
You
just
just
being
wait and
just
find
being
out. Why would we tell
apparently.
you what the song is, okay? Just so you can be like, oh, I don't want to listen to that song anyways, and then leave? Nah. Yeah, you will eventually know exactly.
Mm. It's great to see you around, Maya. It's always nice to see the people who couldn't make it
Can
before.
you see my base where you are?
I can.
Does it look cool?
It does. It looks really cool from this distance.
Good.
Like I can see like the power generated stuff on the roof. Is that the power generating stuff?
Yeah, I've got some power generator stuff up there, yeah.
Nice. How do you make cool bases? Mine suck.
What I did is I was looking up, I was trying to figure out, um, what kind of base to build, and basically what I did is I just looked up, references for video game sci-fi builds. That's what I wanted for this one. And then for my house base, the one that's for my breeding base, for that one I watched a tutorial. Somebody else did it. Somebody else did it first.
For my ones, my workshop is literally just a brick. It's just a giant cube. And my other one, my Japanese themed one, I actually really like. I just did that off my head,
Yeah,
my
I'm
brain.
proud of you.
I'm not going to proud of me.
Oh my God, I'm never telling you I'm proud of you again. Yay.
Fine, I'll be mean when you tell me you're proud of me. Fuck you.
I'm proud of you.
Fuck you.
That's what I thought. You're so weird.
Is that a better reaction?
Lucy said he's always proud of you.
Oh, you're proud of me?
Yay.
Ooh. Everywhere you go on the Palworld, in the randomized weather is a Palworld too. Oh my god. I do wonder how much like different pals will fight each other. Because some of them just seem to get along and chill out,
Hmm.
and others just want war. If you get to talk to an NPC for a quest, you are lucky. They keep falling through the world. Oh my god. Did it also randomize their location? Mm-mm. It means don't fall through the world, they just die. Oh.
Yeah, like Dr. Braun. Fuck that guy. He obliterates my hamster, right? Spend 10 fucking years to find him again so he can fix my hamster. Then I gotta catch him and he dies.
He's an old man. Hamster. Yeah. The hamster is so strong, and I don't know why. It doesn't look like it should be strong at all, but it just murders everything.
I can't let Herbie out.
It must be contained for our safety, for everyone's safety.
I think Dr. Brown was doing the world a service. Although to be fair, he could have done a worse job. He just made his defense worse than it was, which was already bad. And then he made him really hungry. Hungry for blood. You
He was very hungry for blood.
guys want to watch a building explode? You guys ready? You ready to see this shit? Look at. Okay, well now I don't know what's happening. This is the worst oh, there we go. I thought it was gonna happen at once. This is the slowest explosion ever.
We found a lucky. Nice. Nice. Luckies are really good. I like lucky. I did not mean to lift
I
you
know,
up the
right?
channel.
That's why I'm
I
like
meant
trying to go around and just like break the foundations now. I'm like wondering if these pillars in the ground have anything to do with it. It's like, oh, they're kind of connected.
it is both Pernelia knocked. I'm gonna feed you
Pernelia
now.
knocked. It's just Pernelia.
Not Pernelia. A Lylene knocked. I'm sorry, Pernelia's work on the other side of it.
I'm like, Pernelia's already like fucking dark. She doesn't need to be knocked.
Set my Lylene knocked. I fed 3 medicine
Why
books
was
to
the
him.
me song in the Miku? Look, I don't know. It's not a Miku playlist. I literally typed in frickin' Vocaloid and Spotify was like, okay, cool. Oh, there you go. Now it's exploding more.
Why was the Millie song in the Miku playlist? Millie is a person? We don't know. Oh, that's what you were responding to. Okay.
Look at that shit.
Did you delete the foundations of your workshop base, your old one?
I'm working on it.
Is that what the explosion was supposed to be?
Yes.
Okay. I think they deliberately make that slow to not cause an extreme amount of lag.
It would have been so cool. I mean, I get it.
It's like the initial like 4 or 5 around it go quick, and then it just slowly progresses from that.
Sometimes Spotify mixes aren't great. It probably was like, oh, I've heard that this song right here was Vocaloid, and so they play it, but they played the wrong version. Yeah, it does a good job of trying. Babe, I need you to come to my workshop, my old one, and make me a chest.
Okay, any specific kind?
One I can put things in.
Cool,
The
you'll get
fuck
in
was
a
that?
incredibly small chest.
Alright, that's fine.
Has Maya become a pal yet? No, I don't think she has.
No, she hasn't redeemed anything. She can if she wants to.
Here you go. Wait. Hang on, it needs to be further away. I need to pick up this stone so I can place it.
So it's 5,000 points, and for 5,000 points, you tell me. Oh my god. You tell me what kind of pal you want to be, or it can be random. And then I'll fly around and I'll find an egg of that type. And
Want some help
then,
picking this up?
yes, please. And then I will, and then we'll hatch it, and whatever is that pal is that I hatched will be you. And then you can go live at the community base. Unless, of course, I want to use you for a while. In which case, I'll use you.
Yeah, she will use you for a little bit, like after she hatches you and stuff.
Yeah.
But
Like I ran around with Lucy while he chopped up wood. Because, like, I would have never used an incognito. Incognito? Cognito?
cognito,
Whatever the
yeah.
fuck that bird's name is. I never would have used that. And you know what I noticed about it? I hate the way it walks. It sounds so loud and annoying. Just like Lucy. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I had to. I'm sorry. His is actually very cool. His is actually pretty thin. He's like, hey. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, the cognito is a very cool looking bird.
Yeah.
You Naruto run, you really do.
Pretty much anything that isn't lavender. Look, I can't promise anything. I mean, I can promise that like it won't be what egg would lavender come in, and I'll just ignore that one. Like, would it be a common egg, you think? What type is she?
I think she's normal, so yeah, come on now.
You
She's
want
dark.
dark? Or you said she's dark?
Oh my god, there's materials in the sky. I can see them.
But the other dark pals are so cool.
They haven't fallen yet.
Okay, lavender's dark. Okay, so I'll avoid a dark egg and we'll go find one. If you give me a minute to finish tearing down these foundations, I'll go right after this, okay?
And let me go get a bird so I can go. You don't need to go anywhere. There we go, bird.
Well,
I'll get the
I want you to be able to see it, you know.
You don't see her in the egg groups of dark, so maybe it's not hatchable. Um, maybe she's not hatchable by a world spawned egg.
Hold on, let me see. Do I have a lavender?
To be fair, a lot of things with the pals were updated.
Lavender. Oh, here she is. Okay. She is, yeah, she's just dark.
Yeah, they updated a lot of things, and a lot of the wikis and databases were a bit out of date.
Okay, I'm going back to my house. All right. Do you know what region you want me to hunt in? You could pick any region you want. I let Lucy pick and he picked the desert. I don't think it really matters because like before it was like there was like you can only get certain eggs from certain areas, but now it seems kind of random. Seems a lot more random. Not kind of random,
I
a lot
think
more
it still
random.
is tied to the area, but there's just like more of a pool.
Yeah, I've never seen a vanworm in this area though, and I wound up getting a vanworm from here, and I got a cognito from the desert.
It's still mostly the case, yeah.
Air's just munching it over, yeah.
Basically, you just don't want a dark egg.
Okay, let's see. I'm gonna go.
Unless you do want a dark egg, and
I'm decided. I am very specifically. You know what? I'm gonna go to the Sky Islands. I'll see what kind of egg I can find up there. I
true.
haven't got a Sky Island egg yet. Why not?
I think you have pels that have turned into spheres up here, my love.
Bells that have turned into spheres?
Yeah, I think they
Oh!
just float in the sky.
Can you get them? That makes sense actually, because I broke my fish pond. I forgot I did some fishing. I forgot I did some fishing. I probably broke them. Jesus Christ.
I can pick them up, yeah.
Okay.
I just want to sort my
Okay.
hell box so they don't get so they get put at the back.
Okay. Trying to find an egg. Eggy. You know, to be fair, I don't even know if eggs spawn up here. Is that one over there? Is that an egg? No, the thing is, I keep getting distracted by these flowers, these puffy flower things. See, down here? It looks like it's an egg from far away, but it's not. Can I call them moon bitches in the chat? Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah. Whatever you gotta call moon bitches, that's fine. Oh my gosh.
I have
I know what a moon bitch is now. Is it
well,
this? Is it this? Is my Selena moon bitch? It seems pretty accurate.
do you want me to give you what you caught?
Nah, you can keep it. I was
If there's
just
any
getting rid
good
of
ones.
some, was it any good? I just did the lower
Quite a
level one.
few.
I just did the low level one.
Some Quarks and some Calamari Primos.
You can have them. I ain't worried about it.
If there's anyone with like really good stats, I'll give it to you, but I don't think anyone will. I mean, it is
The ones
randomized.
that kill you in the randomized world. Oh, these guys? That's great. Alright, I am not seeing any eggs up here. However, it is giving me the opportunity to pick up these scrap things, and I'm getting some nice
You will get
balls
good.
from there, some soul spheres.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'll find something up here. I'll take my sweet ass time.
They can give good money, and they can also give schematics. That that they'll probably give the T Bob Hexalite.
Well, well, Pedias are apparently called Celine. Yeah, they are. That's why I didn't rename it, because it's already named Celine's.
Already a pretty name.
Hey, there's actually a spot over here that
Okay.
could be a pretty good base location up here.
Yeah,
I'm
nothing
not
else.
building here because it's limited. But like it's like in this it's like a watery area in a cave. It's really cool looking actually.
Oh yeah, the cave just before the Jet Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is like the only good
Yeah,
area
it's
to
the
see.
only pretty area. Everything else up here kind of sucks
Maybe
ass.
up by the Ophidia is
Moon
also
bitch is a better
pretty.
name to be honest. No, you're fine. Call her Moon bitch. I don't give a shit. She's very powerful. That's why I like her. And she's not as fast as Frostallion, so she doesn't cause so much lag. Oh my god! Bruh, that Frostallion or that Jet Dragon came out of nowhere. I know it says on my map that this is where it's supposed to spawn and everything, but no, he came out of nowhere. We're probably gonna get a server.
Yes, yeah, we're looking at server stuff
Just because
and
like it's only gonna get worse the amount of lag. Like
yeah.
the lag and stuff like that makes me not want to play this because it's so like jittery.
A server, will we be able to control whatever game we play on the server, or is it game specific servers?
Nitrado has I don't know. I don't know how to explain it.
Because
Nitrado has different games. So Arc is one of the Nitrado servers. I know about Nitrado servers. They're really good.
okay, so just basically we'll pay for the server that
You
like
might be able, I mean, you might be able to change the game if you want to, but
uh,
I don't know what other games Nitrado hosts. I have my graphics settings pretty low for that reason, and my PC gets really hot. Yeah, well, I'm hosting. I'm hosting and streaming. So, yeah. So we're doing co-op and let's see. So I think it's 20 bucks a month, and honestly, we're loving the game. So
Okay, so you will have to download the save file before you switch game because it will wipe the data.
yeah, yeah, I know.
But it does look like you can.
Well, that's why I googled whether or not we'd be able to bring our save data, and it did say yeah. I don't know about my player. I don't know how that works.
But us actually getting a server will help so much.
Yeah, because it won't
Um,
be putting so much strain on my PC. And technically speaking, we could bring more people in if we wanted to,
mhm.
because the minimum host is 10 people. So if we wanted to bring in another streamer or whatever, I don't know. I don't know many people, to be honest.
We might be able to play Enshrouded that way.
Oh, maybe.
I was looking at it, and
Doesn't.
the AI over here said, yeah, you can do it.
Hey, is there a Peered on Christ?
Peered on Chris?
Yeah. Cause look doesn't this look like the Peered on? But it looks icy. I'm gonna catch it. I'm gonna catch it.
Yeah, I don't think I've still even called a Peerodon. I was like, ew, yucky.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Oh yeah, but I was like, I am people. I know you are people. I know you are people.
So what type of egg are you searching for up there?
Huh?
What type of egg are you searching for?
Any egg.
Any egg.
Yes. Any egg.
Jet Dragon, you in my cave?
Mayo has specified that she does not want to be a lavender. So not a dark egg, I guess.
Ooh, Lucy can use my emote skill too. Yay!
Nice. I've not seen any eggs. Do eggs even spawn up here?
I would assume so.
Ooh, the Suzuku Aqua looks really cool. I want
I wish you luck in finding your Lambo, Maya.
it. I fucking love Celine, dude. I just stand over things that they're sleeping and then I just attack them with Holy Burst. Holy Burst is my favorite attack, dude. It's the best. Just like, oh, how you doing? How you doing there?
Echo sometimes gets annoyed at my gamer luck, so hopefully I have successfully shared some of it with you. Maya.
Have you gotten up this far? Oh, I guess you haven't. You're playing the randomizer. You haven't even found the land ball. The fuck do you know? Oh my god, it'd be so cool if she was a Quivern. But that definitely banks on it being a dragon egg. Like no eggs up here, bro. There's so many freaking
Yeah,
pals.
there's so many Elcos and so many pals and
Tell me there's no eggs.
there's definitely got to be eggs somewhere.
I'm gonna look it up on the database map.
On your main file, you are at the 5th tower? Oh, nice.
Oh, okay. I don't know what the fifth tower is. And by that I mean I just don't know them by number.
The 5th one is
Words.
3,
Al
4.
DB. There we go.
Ice Mountain?
I need the map. Al DB map. That's the one I trust. I trust this map. Fight all. And only show me Sunreach eggs. There are eggs. It just looks like they're incredibly far and few between. So hold on, let me look at my map. Where am I? I am here. There
Yeah, okay.
should be one behind me.
I do too much damage to these guys. Yeah, okay.
I imagine it probably would have been here, but the next one would be.
Blindfold, Ink Sky, and Shadowbeak. Okay, yeah. That's gonna be a fun fight.
Good luck.
But to be fair, if you get distracted and do like a bunch of breeds and other
I will
stuff, you can get
hydrate in a year. I don't have it. I have water. I have water. I do have it. Just remind me. Remind me. Trying to find a freaking egg. Oh, I found one. It's grass.
Kirby.
Oh my god, that'd be hilarious. Oh shit, I got two of them. And now it's huge too, so it's gonna be an alpha.
You're gonna be big, Maya.
Oh my god.
You can do whatever you want, Maya. You can
Oh right. I was trying to just fast travel there without going to a shrine, you know.
yeah, I do that sometimes too. Myotosis. Hello, Frostplume. It's a peacock. Oh, successfully caught it so it doesn't die. Hi, Aiko.
What?
Hello, babe.
Okay, bye. I
No,
found
she
egg.
said it.
There are multiple Mayas sometimes. All right, let me drink my water.
So far, you are the only Mayo in this community that we know of. Maybe someone's a secret Mayo. Oh my god.
All right, Maya, I'm gonna need you to pick left or right.
Any secret Mayo?
I'm gonna need you to pick left or right, and this is gonna be the egg that you are. Do you want to be this left egg or this right egg? Okay. I'll put that away, and I'll come down here. What the fuck is that? I completed 70 PAL labor research. I worked really hard on that too.
You did.
Hmm.
Thank you.
That's a lot of gloopies. Don't mind me.
Okay.
Okay, that egg is not.
Nice. Nice. The elixirs are down to only needing 4 flowers rather than 6 each.
Do you need some eggs? I have eggs.
Also researching a witch cult.
A witch cult?
Witch's cauldron.
Oh, that makes more sense. And
It's
and
the
still not at all.
it's the medicine increase in other technology.
Oh, okay.
Definitely more flowers.
Her favorite color is dark yellow. Gross. Mayo to mayo to start.
Mayo to start. Oh my god.
Jesus.
And this is why we love you, Maya.
Jesus Christ. I freaking.
I need to go get some pale oil.
Oh my god. Another freaking mutated egg.
Is it specifically the dark yellow that's a kind of extremely dehydrated pea?
I heard dehydrated pea. I'm confused.
Oh, Evil Maya's favorite color.
Oh. Oh.
Like the extremely dehydrated pea dark
Oh,
yellow.
gross. Is dark yellow just like. Oh god.
Yeah, that one. Oh no. Poor Mayotis.
Oh my lord. I fucked up, okay? I
You
fucked up. There's too many fucking eggs. There's too many. I I have 2 large chests filled with freaking advanced chests filled with eggs. I can't even. Go into the workshop really quick, drop off some shit that are not eggs. Now workshop literally on the opposite side of the world. You know what? That's fine.
It's okay, my love. You'll be dreaming about eggs.
Okay.
Mayotis. Carter also loves the cold. You're dreaming about eggs during your Palworld and destruction. To be fair, eggs are delicious. I like them. This Celestin
Okay,
knob
I'm
is
trying to set
so
this up really
beautiful.
quick.
Your brain was stuck on those large fire eggs. They had bad traits and no run and no nimble. We discovered something cool with the surgery table. Is you can add some nice base passives.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yeah, the surgery table. Discovering you can put insomnia on your pals from the surgery table by default, just for 10k, game changer for work, like for base pals. Let's see what these do.
I'm trying to keep in mind what it is I'm doing here.
Care if you are buffing my attack. Other things I'll be good to put on you. Oh. Serenity on my Melon Noir? Oh.
Yep, Ernest is gonna go to
Unrelated. So many Ragnarok went into the blender.
Helios and this guy. This is gonna go to boom, boom, boom,
All right.
boom. This
They
is gonna
deserve
go
it though.
this bitch. This is gonna go this bitch. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4. Login site. Nope, nope. Login site 2. This bitch down here. I want to do that, that. What do we still need? Oh, right. And then this guy down here.
These really
Nope.
quickly.
That good? So, I think that's everybody.
The night will be the night that I fall for you.
I need 2
Over
more beds.
Do you know what?
I need 2 more beds. That's all.
Ah, I already had one of these. Wait. Do you want a hexalite helmet?
No.
No.
Why?
I accidentally made 2.
I mean, I'll take it. I think I'm still wearing a pal metal helmet, to be honest.
Yeah, I was still wearing a refined metal helmet. It's a purple quality one too. 429.60. Ooh, we had the 140. I will. God damn. Oh my god, I'm licking the screen. Lick, lick, lick.
Why are the good flying pals fire element, by the way? Why not? I mean,
there is one you can get in the
I use dragon.
area up to that is really good. Like the tower, yeah, up to. But I don't know if you'll be able to defeat. I'm not sure what your level is.
Send this bitch out too. I forgot I want to run an expedition too. Get that
Yeah, a
going.
lot of the early to mid pals that are oh, it's your expedition that's on top of your base.
Yeah, why?
I was wondering what that was for a distance. I was like, what is that?
Expedition, because I don't have the other spot for my expedition.
And I put a present behind you as well.
Alright.
It's the helmet.
Alright.
Yeah, when you do, you'll be really winning.
Maya's like, who am I? I don't know yet. I'll get back over there. You have to give me a minute. I get so distracted.
Previous flying pal was Vanworm.
Sims is Vanworm.
Yeah, a lot of the early mid game ones are all like fire elemental
Oh, yeah,
or
okay.
normal. Uh,
Back to the base. Let's find out. Did I stand and stretch? I did a while ago. Why? Not 6 minutes ago. I didn't. Oh my god.
you forgot about that one. You were like, I'll probably forget about this, but I'll do it later.
No, I
And I
didn't.
forgot about
No, I didn't. That was 6 minutes ago. I did the one an hour ago.
it. Yeah, the 6 minute one. You were doing stuff, and I'm like, I'll do this. I'll do this later.
No, I didn't hear that.
I was at the
That was
hydrate.
hydrate, and I did hydrate.
Nice.
All right,
Sometimes
Mayo is in here.
have a Vanworm Chris now. Oh yeah, that could help with hot areas.
Mayo is a Lee fan who is ferocious.
Ooh. These fans
This
were
is not
fucking
not the
off
right
when
not the right Lee fan.
first
That was a different Lee
established,
fan.
you know?
Oops. Let's see her stance.
Oh yes.
Oh, she's ferocious.
What are your stats? Not good,
Okay,
but
we have to name her Mayo.
I don't care that you're not good. You got the 3 passes I want. I will
You're gonna be the
do it.
base protector. Okay, let's get you up in here. Yeah, I gotta go level you up first though. I have a very specific way that I level up the pals in my pocket. Very big grindy situation. Takes forever. See, right now you're level 17 because you've been in my pocket and I've been walking, and apparently that's what you get. Okay.
You will protect the base so hard to anything funny. You will protect the base really well. Leafan, honestly, a lot of the grass attacks are really good for like AoE clear.
Okay, now you're level 64. Yeah. There's a boss right next to my base. Like, here's my base. Here's boss. And if it's nighttime, I get two bosses.
Yeah, literally, you fight like one boss that is level 70 as well, and you will become level 70 almost.
Now let's see what you could do.
3 mutated eggs, nice.
You killed Lulu. Congratulations. I I don't know what your partner skill is. How's attack and defense increased by 2% for each other grass pal in your party? So none. Oh wait, no, take that back. Broncherry's in here.
Okay, so Leafan is a very much a
She's
actually
really
damage
strong
parry.
though. Yeah.
Like if you got that to 4-star, it would be a lot higher than 2%. Might be 5%.
Honestly, she's kind of adorable. I freaking love the pan. I love the Leaf fan, to be honest.
Leafan is amazing. Was it? Oh yeah, and she was alpha as well, wasn't she?
Yeah, she's an alpha Leaf fan.
Ooh, I'm gonna come and visit. I want to see how big she is. I don't think I've seen an alpha Leafan.
She's like, I mean, I've got an alpha, um, Bushi, and they're about the same size, I want to say. Bushi might be a little bit taller.
Oh, cool.
I'm coming over.
Hey, honey.
This is Mayo.
Ooh, hello, Maya. Leafan is. Yeah, I'd say about the same height as an alpha Bushi.
Yeah. Wait, look. There's the alpha Bushi. And Leaf fan. Yeah. A little bit shorter. I want to say, like, proportionally about the same. I'll just
I
do
would
a
say
couple
Bushi.
planting for level 3. Yeah, yeah.
I would say
But I
Bushi's
don't know. You're gonna take Jesse's job away from her. Now you guys can share. One of you guys can gather, and one of you guys can plant. What do you want to do? Do you want to plant or you want to gather? Technically speaking, I have a leaf fan in this base down here doing some planting and gathering. You're flexible? All right, fair enough. Let's take you to the community base so I can get back to hatching gloopies.
Yeah, to be fair, I was gonna say something and completely forgot what I was gonna say immediately. Uh, oh yeah, I would say Bushi is only taller because he's wearing a hat, but the hat is part of him.
Look at you, you're so happy. That's right, I forgot. I don't tell anybody what to do here. You guys just do whatever you want.
Ooh.
If you want, if Nat decides that she doesn't want to cool the thing down anymore, you guys are just gonna have spoiled food. That's gonna work. Everybody's so happy.
I think it'd be cool to try and like
Oh, where's Lucy? Lucy, where'd you go? The fuck?
food is food. Food is
Oh, there
indeed
he is.
food.
He's just standing over here. He's so funny looking.
He is indeed. Is he horrifying again?
Yeah, he's just standing there. He's like not even doing. He's like, I don't want to work. I just stand here. I'm taking a break. This pal version, he's tall and in shape, very unrealistic.
Uh,
She's like, look, I transport the rock. This I need somebody to be a water pal because there's this jelly out here just vibing. Not part of the community, but I figured somebody needed to be here at water.
yeah. It's good to have a water, or else they would just sit there starving.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, so time to go back. Oh, I have so much hatching to do.
Meow. I'll come back now.
Are we out of cakes?
The PAL version of me for
Oh,
tall and
thank
in shape
God.
around me. Yeah, I would not fit into this armor.
Thank goodness. I have to be out of
Very
cake for a bit.
If you knew she needed a water power,
No, it's okay. I want you to be able to pick exactly what you want to be. And if you want to be something random, then we're gonna find something random. That's the fun
within
part.
the randomness of like whatever the egg will give you.
Yeah.
Just the type. Yeah. Okay, that I think is the boss area.
Besides, you could have been a. Let's see. I want to find a water pal that doesn't do watering. Let me see if that's a thing.
You want to be a plant
Oh, here
pal.
we go. You could be a blue slime, which is a water pal, but does not do watering.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of the Terraria creatures only seem good for like breeding. That's it. Just a different source of
I'm just curious.
spells, spell types.
I need.
Make some weird
Do I
combos.
need a saddle? I do not.
Did not know you wanted that. Have you done the Terraria dungeon,
What?
Maya?
Hey, babe, I'm coming to your base. Slowly but surely.
Okay, I'm not there currently, but okay.
Okay, well, where are you at?
I'm in a dungeon.
Oh. Well, fucking never mind.
Do you want to find it, or do you want?
I'm not going to you. I got eggs to hatch.
Yeah,
I
don't
just
go.
got distracted by bouncing around on this slime. I wanted to show you me bouncing around on a slime because it's funny.
Oh, this is stone cannon. Okay.
Eggs to hatch? So many. So many. I'll show you. Okay. So they're finally out of cake. Thank goodness. Because I got all these eggs to hatch. And then I got all these eggs to hatch. And then I got all these eggs to
Hi,
hatch.
Al. Welcome in, Al. Yeah, we've got a few eggs to hatch.
Higher level area, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, I
You should be able to do
guess.
it. You said you're 47.
Yeah, you should be able to do it.
Do you want us to tell you where it is, or do you want to find it yourself?
Water eggs in here? No.
You got a whole
Thank you, Al.
Okay, yeah. If whenever
Dang,
you're
you got a whole IHOP restaurant eggs to
if
hatch.
or when
Yep.
you want us to tell you where it is, we can.
Yeah.
I wish you luck in your exploring.
Oh my god, I didn't even check the most recent goopies. Gloopy.
We're very happy to give hints if you request them.
Okay.
But how are you doing now?
I need to check the Gloopies.
Exploring is so fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this game does
No,
exploring really
no,
well.
no, no. Yes. I don't know what number that is though. 9, 10 maybe? I think it's 10. Shadow Guard 10.
Meandering, wandering, all that good stuff.
I got the Shadow Guard and I got Project Ignis. That's my team, my Riot team. Okay, and this is Shadow Guard 11.
I went into this dungeon with my egg catcher,
12.
egg hatching
This
team.
is good. I'm so glad I finally started getting these. You said you went in there with your egg catching team?
Yeah, my egg
So you're
pickup
not
team.
like killing anything? Or your pickup. Okay, egg pickup.
No, I just I don't have any movement. All good attacks.
Oh, I see. Shadow Guard 13. Was that 13? Hold on. I might have two 13s. No, I don't. Okay.
You've been flying in the wrong direction. Ah, we love that. Do that all the time too. You'd think having a compass would help fly in the right direction, but no.
It doesn't.
No, it really
I
doesn't.
do the same shit. I don't know why. It feels like it's off for some reason. It doesn't feel intuitive. Shadow Guard 14.
Let's go to this one. It doesn't require me to climb. Lost track of where it was. Of course, no one thought this seems about right. uh, exactly how exploration was intended.
Vibes.
That's how Greenland and Iceland got their name. The explorers landed and were like, ah, it's green here. It shall be named Greenland. Didn't go over the hill where it's just an icy tundra.
15.
It was the wrong snow. Oh, the wrong snow.
Shadow Guard 16.
The little snowy area.
Shadow Guard 17.
Expedition rewards, yes please. Celestia, please get down here and focus on that research.
I don't know. I have no idea. Probably. Let's start here. Basically, 7 is done. 8 is where? Okay, so 9. 9 is next.
This one is the cute sounding one that plays in crazy gore area. I love that. Oh, that is lovely.
I am up to 17 Shadow Guards. Gloopies.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Let's see if I'll get the rest. 17, 18, 18, 19, 20. Only 3 more. Hold on, let me put these in here.
Okay, Sellers do knock. How insane is this gonna be now? That's coming up by almost 10k a tick. Wow. And that's with like nothing in the lumber and work speed increase. I just used a bunch of souls to enhance the Sellers with work speed to max.
Oh my god. What is max?
60%.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Uh, what do I want doing more? You guys. Usual.
Seven card
Fill them up,
19.
fellas. Take it back. I don't need you generating organs here when.
Not in this group. Okay, that's fine. We have one. We need one more. We're still gonna go through all the eggs because we gotta level. We gotta condense them on level 4. And then we're gonna need a lot of money.
It will bleed, Pale Edition.
I'm gonna will it blend? Not bleed,
Oh, will it?
babe.
It will bleed.
He
Blender
can
edition.
read.
Will it bleed? Game show where we have a
Very dark game show.
where we have a Nerf gun. Is it a real gun or a Nerf
Oh
gun?
no. Here. I know it's not actually a blender. Oh Lord, okay. These guys are working. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff, good stuff.
Aww.
What?
The decal guns. They're cute.
So cute.
They put they like paint pictures of different pals when where you shoot them.
Oh, I didn't know how that worked.
Yeah, you gotta make the different guns. There's 5 of them at
What the
least,
fuck's wrong with it?
and then it has decal ink.
Why can I not move?
Blame.
My controller's just decided it don't work. There we go.
It's on strike.
Back to the breeding. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? I have apparently discovered an entire island. I've even gone to get the fucking waypoint, but I don't know what that boss is.
I wanna get. Whereabouts is that? Is it? Oh, you're on this island. Oh, I think it's because I told you what boss it was. You can discover it. Yeah, I went there earlier when I was just sailing around the ocean. It condenses the souls of the pals. And it only slightly blender shaped. Oh, I don't have one at this base
Trickster.
anymore. I don't know what it's a puree machine. Gets the soul juices out.
Oh, it's a Prickster Lux. I don't remember you telling me that.
It would have been ages ago.
Yeah, I don't. All right, back to the base.
Electric generating power.
I have to pee.
My condolences.
Let me do these eggs and then I'll go pee. Dedicated to my work. We'll be working even while I pee. All right. Okay.
Oh, I could have used for exploration purposes. Oh, that's cute. I've got a Celery Lux in my party and it changes the color of the glider. And gets rid of full damage. Is that total full damage reduction? Or is it within a certain range? Like if I go up to here and fall, will I just... Am I immune? It is. Oh my god, that would... I should have had a glider pal ages ago, when I was falling to my death regularly. Well, right. That is really neat. Fingalope Lux. Do I not have another Fingalope Lux somewhere? Oh, it's in a dungeon. Yeah. Gonna go find a legendary, specifically for a drop I'm trying to get. Right now, your mining base is next to your main base. Is your oh, are they both loaded at the same time? I imagine you might end up causing some lag that way. Yeah, sometimes it happens like that. Pardon me. Hey, Lightning, just kill that guy, please. I might capture him. Nah, just kill him. Wow. You are not a good combat pal. That's why you're a healer.
Are you hanging? I'm back. There are a bunch of numbers on my screen. Keep the base work at night, even when they shouldn't be. Yeah, fair enough. Collect all hatch pals. Yay. Time to do it again.
Welcome back.
Come back.
Now hydrate.
No, fuck you. It's you guys' fault. I keep having to get up to go fucking pee.
She has a small bladder as is, and you keep making her hydrate.
I'm very hydrated. Thank you, fuckers. No, I don't give a shit. No, I don't give a shit. I'm done. I want to be dehydrated.
She wants to be as dry as the Sahara.
Let's see. All right, this is going to be Shadow Guard number 20.
Nice! You got your 20th one.
Yep.
Perfect.
And now everything else is just going to be pumped in as points. Care about the rest of the sword. Fuck did I just do? Who was that? Rima, you get your ass back in my fucking party. Oh, Rima's level 80. Okay, well, he's done.
Nice. There's roughly 3% chance they'd drop this. I could breed and butcher, but I don't want to butcher. I'm not a monster.
Shadow Guard number 9 is maxed out. Shadow Guard number 10. Sorted this way, it's so weird. I'll have to rename them. Sort. Yeah, alright. Shadow Guard. I'm gonna have to rename them. Because they just don't like sitting in the order that I put them in the box, and I don't like it. So I have to rename them now. Shadow Guard 01. No, it's fine. Shadow Guard 02. Shadow Guard 03. Shadow Guard 04. How's everybody doing? Basically, this is our raid boss bat. My raid party. For those who weren't here to know that.
No. Go. Yeah. Yeah, I have the technology to make the butcher knife because I went through and started unlocking a bunch of early ones, but I refuse to make it as well.
I haven't made it either. I don't even think I've unlocked it.
I'm glad you are Palworld and not Maya. Palworld is blessed by your presence.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I need to breed these dynamos. I need to catch a better one.
What?
The dynamos.
Who are you? Who's your party gonna be?
My party's gonna be Tides.
Okay.
You enjoying the non-randomized chaos? Go away. I don't want a 2,000 coin
We were
raid.
talking about different challenges we could do. Randomize was just one of them. Including like a rescue only, egg only, but only found eggs, not breeding.
I 100% would love to do a just a randomizer at some point. A lot of different challenge runs we could do.
16. Game is set up for a lot of people to be able to, what was it? People only.
Yeah, this game is absolutely amazing with its
People only, player only. Versatility.
yeah, so much
I
replayability.
watched one video where this guy just started off in Daybreak and did his entire playthrough there.
Yeah, I did.
The only time he left was whenever he was ready to do all the bosses, and he ran through all the bosses at once.
Yeah, didn't he give himself like he can only leave at like one time, or like for an hour or something total?
No, I don't think. I think he just like once he was done with what he was doing, he was gonna. I think he had like 100 days.
Oh yeah, yes, yes, it was the 100-day challenge. Yeah, a lot of those challenges do seem a bit fun and interesting. I
I have her.
I don't know how well Palworld holds up to the 100-day format. I've seen a lot of 100-day things in Minecraft.
She's alright, I guess. I want her gun. It's pink.
It's cotton candy I'm low on. That's fine. Cotton candy's fine. I'm
I don't want her. I have Hank. Oh no, Hank is not here. I'll bring eyeball. That'll be who I use.
Do I just not have enough transporting panels? Or do I have too many
Oops.
with transporting more?
What's the other female boss? There's um Lily and Ori.
We haven't fought
We haven't
that.
fought Ori.
We're up
Lily.
to her.
Um,
Is Lily the one
this is
with
a male.
Eileen?
No. Oh yeah, that's another one. Is whoever we fought with Celine. I don't think I knew her name. Hold on. No, her name was Saya. I think her name was Saya.
Yeah.
This was Saya at the Moonflower Tower, and then Lily was here with Lylene, and then Ori is at the Sky Island down here. She's new. This one's a guy. Volcano's a guy. The desert's a guy. The snowy mountain is a guy also. I said that this guy right here, the guy, he's kind of an asshole. I think his name is Victor. I said would smash this guy for sure.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, and Zoe. Zoe
Oh
is
yeah, and Zoe.
I feel like there's more girl bosses than there are guys.
I think they're about equal.
To be fair, we haven't done the last uh two towers? There's Ori in Sky Island.
Winter's hot, that's why, yeah.
True, yes, can agree. I've got a hot woman right next to me.
Who? Who's over there?
This way, my love. You right there. Hi, honey. I love you.
Yeah.
Love her so much.
If that's who it is, you'll see. I think it's Victor. Thanks, guy. Is it the guy in the snowy area?
Yes. Yeah, Amaya's up to him.
You see what it looks like? Smash or no smash, you think? What do you think? Smash or pass?
Palworld edition.
Honestly, I'd pass Zoe. I don't see what everybody likes about her. I know. I know.
I think that means it's a pass, unfortunately.
All right, everybody's a pass.
Everyone's a pass.
Everyone's you never choose smash.
Unless it's
Sits with a hammer.
Oh no. All right, let's see. This box right here, smash or pass. I'm gonna pass on this guy personally. He looks like a douchebag. Let's see. I'm gonna pass on this guy. He looks like he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and he doesn't know. No, he doesn't look. No, hold on. He wasn't born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He's more like a gangster, kinda. He's like. He's got a lot of money from. He's a real shitty dude.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Is Lily the bear for
Wow.
I think Lucy has face blindness. He can only categorize people by toes.
Zoe is a pass for me. She looks too young. Saya is a smash.
I think
She seems very classy.
the buff dude later is also a pass because I know you don't like muscles.
Yeah. Also, like he seemed really cool leading up to it, and then it was all just like I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I just want to fight. Easy.
Yeah, I just want to fight. Also, like he's really old.
He is, yeah. Some people like characters
Well,
like that.
I will like an old man when I am old. I'm not that old yet. I gotta wait till your hair turns white or beard turns white, whatever. Whatever happens. As my hair turns white, oh no.
Don't worry, honey. I won't have no hair.
Oh no. And Lily would pass, or not pass, it's smash. Smash Lily, but only because she's so pretty and I feel like we'd get along.
Smash but friendly.
Yeah, friendly smash. I'm gonna do these eggs because once I get to these eggs, it's gonna be a lot.
Probably.
Why do I have a gloopy in my party?
I think it's not necessarily she hates humanity, she just hates everyone who mistreats pals. I believe that's her motto. Like That's what her weapon says as well. It just like does more damage to those who miss it.
Also, doesn't really hate all of humanity. Yeah, just another thing we've got in common. Just kidding. Okay.
And she hates me. I'm
human.
Kick his ass.
It's right here, baby. Come over and kick it. Let me go see what's up with these pals. Okay, let's see what these mutated eggs are. Two Whalealaska Ignuses and one Eidrillon.
Noticed you had a whale in your base. I was very thrown off by that. I wasn't expecting it.
Yeah, I've got a couple of whales in my bags. Sky Marcher. Ooh. Jump count +2. God damn it, a fucking Yakimo. Don't harm my Lamballs! They're supposed to be good on defense. They're on turrets.
Okay, we should probably get these guys breeding again because we're gonna need.
It's this guy. Yeah, there. Oh, he's dead.
I do. We got 143 vegetable cakes now. Sweet.
Guess these are in useless positions because they're too far forward.
I know she became crazy by the time we meet her in game. She's attacking people who aren't mistreating pals just because they're having the pals help them with something. Yeah. Everybody's got flaws. You got frickin' Sundere, Zoe. Not like I care or anything.
Okay.
Baka. What is this? What is this? Still don't trust you. Did you take care of those Free Pal Alliance weirdos for me? Or did you chicken out? Figures, guess asking you was a mistake after all. Maybe I should just take care of it myself. Bitch.
Oh no, my pals are starving. They've been too busy making cake.
Oh shoot, that reminds me. I need to go get some
Stop
food.
making cake. Make food. Make food.
You cannot fix her. I wasn't gonna try and fix her. Oh my god. What the frick? Coming here and the snakes are doing weird shit.
So, sure, I'll make some stir-fry vegetables.
Oh lordy. Okay, well I've gone into 2 stacks of tomatoes, it seems.
Proud of you. She needs the correction bat. She need correction, the brat.
She need correction the brat.
It's my superhero name.
Correction the brat.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make 4,943 salads. Don't mind me.
You can't fix everyone, Lucy.
I've got 3 mutated eggs. Are they all huge? Yeah. Loopy, Westella, Omisco, and Pernelia.
How can you fix what's not broken? That. Why do you assume she's broken? She's perfect. Little crazy ain't hurt anyone. Proceeds to watch true crime.
No,
Hmm?
you talking about me?
No, I'm just saying a little crazy's never hurt anyone.
Oh, yeah. Your type is Medusa Gorgon. I feel like I knew that. Leah's hurt multiple people. hasn't? Who hasn't?
I feel like Lucy, you're basically stating your type is a black widow or a praying mantis.
Fuck. Now, in addition to all, look at this. I knew I drew her. I did draw her. That's why the name sounded familiar. Look at this shit. Look how much wood is in this chest.
Just a little bit.
Wow. Wow.
I think I'm gonna go sell some of it.
The seller's deal has been going a bit crazy.
I wonder how much I'll get for it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's roughly 12,000. Nope. 120,000? No, 12,000. No, 120,000. 10,000 times 12. 120,000.
I want tomato seeds in my base.
You started making bots for Janitor AI. Hi, Kuma. Have you been playing it? Didn't you say you were downloading it? No context.
Janitor AI.
I'm so confused. I would like to sell wood and 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 wood. Yeah, okay. Sweet. Okay, cool.
Characters tend to like not romantically just as characters are the tricky ones. Characters like Starscream.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
yeah.
I killed 99 creatures. I've killed 99 bosses. This guy's like, you've only killed 99? Come back when you've killed 100.
No.
Sorry. My bad.
Only none. You're relate to Natsuki Subaru. Oh.
Saving it for a later date. We're never
Fair
saving it for a
enough.
stream. Okay. What was I
Unfortunately for
looking for?
you,
What was I looking for?
you Lucy, he dies a lot. I don't think you can die a lot. Oh, you get set up for your own stream, Kuma. Nice, nice. What are you planning on streaming?
Yeah, what you streaming? Is it Spyro? Ah, so you've captured 700. Not bad at all. Yes, yes, take this. Ah, so you've captured 800. Not bad at all. Yes, 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 here you go. Ah, so you've captured 900. Not bad at all. Yes, yes, yes. Ah, you've captured 1,000. Not bad at all. Okay, I'm done with that one.
Of pure of heart, dumb as dumb of hearts. My favorite type of character, but I can't help but like them. Yeah, yeah. I love the pure heart stupid characters.
Like Luffy.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Then also like pure of heart, but incredibly smart.
ooh, I have a, what is this? I have an attack power fruit.
I need to watch Mari Zero. I watched the first two seasons, I think.
Fuck is this egg? Oh, that's the other egg. Alright. Twin pandas.
They even started reading the web novel. Oh, nice, nice.
Let's see what these eggs are.
Yeah, my biggest problem is apart from One Piece, I don't really watch.
Prickster. Okay. I have 2 Pricksters. Idiosyncratic, King of the Waves, and Diamond Body. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I got a Scutless with Demon God? Where was that?
Mutated egg?
Oh, maybe I wasn't looking. I think, oh yeah, I had 3 eggs. I only looked at 2 of them. Kind of cool. I've been wanting to
Season
play
2
around
is
with the
the
Scutless.
one with the.
Oh, it's an alpha. It's an alpha with 2 stars. Idiosyncratic,
Wait, wait.
Serious,
One.
and Demon God.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that would have been a mutated then.
When activated, Scutless becomes the player's katana, attack 3000. If it does not revert to its normal form quickly, Scutless will become incapacitated. It also becomes incapacitated if Iagiri is used. Oh.
So, high damage one shot thing, but like you've only got one real attack if you use Irigiri. Interesting premise for a pal. You think it's about time you go for now? Thank you for hanging out, Maya. You'll have a great stream. Yeah. Thank you, Maya. I hope you have a good rest. Good rest of
Oh,
your day.
yep. Dude, that thing sucks. It's knocked out already. Like, I literally didn't even use it for like 10 seconds. Why would I ever use that?
Maybe its damage is really high once you get it upgraded. And if you get like damage, it could possibly like.
Oh, my thing's back. Okay, I'm done. I'm going to my workshop.
Yeah, it's like a one hit kind of character.
Money this done. Why is there only 1 egg in here? Oh, there's not. It's just they're all the same size, same time.
Feeling down because of bad working conditions? The working conditions and relaxed. Can't make them any more relaxed than this. What, you want me to build the beta generator and the alpha generator? Sure, I'll go and
I
build
have
them.
the clinic and the beta generator and fucking everything at that thing.
I need gamma rays. Blast them
And
with gamma
also
rays.
feed them food. I feed them salads.
Yeah, a lot of them got upset because I ran out of food.
That's probably why. Speaking of food, I really need to distribute some of that food I just made. Just made 5,000 salads.
I'm gonna make a shit ton of salads to give them as well. If I go to other. What am I missing for this? Circuit boards? So I only be able to build one. I need more circuit boards.
What? How did that work? Oh, never mind. I'm stupid.
Work on this.
So the 3 that I feel the most inclined to keep fed with salads are this farm, and because the more sane they are, the more they can work on making more salad stuff. Breeding farm because they're constantly fucking eating. And then the workshop because they're constantly fucking working.
Yeah. Get into here, and I will return with a data wave generator. Materials.
Anything else I should have been making?
Why so sweet? It's always lovely to see her.
Did she leave?
Yeah.
Oh, she's sweet. I love her to death.
You were busy locked in on something.
Probably. Sounds like me. I'm gonna make. I'm gonna go upstairs real quick. I might need to borrow something from you if it's okay, if it's possible.
And what?
Would I steal something from you? And you can say no, and I completely understand.
Yes, you can take it.
What?
I don't care what. Yes, you can have it.
And civilization cores?
I don't have that many. I don't think. Want to do some raids? Raid bosses? Do I have 10 civilization cores? That would be cool if I do.
I'm trying to do these eggs.
Let me see. They would be at this space if I have them.
Now I need 8 civilization cores.
But yeah, you can have them. You're welcome.
I want to make another hatchery.
Get a second one going because you just produced so many eggs.
Yes.
How many do I have? I have. Oh, I've got. Yeah, I've got enough. I've got 20.
Thanks, babe.
Take half of them. Take 10.
I love you.
Love you too, honey.
You're the best husband, my favorite one out of all of my current husbands.
Oh my god. Just for your current husbands, not any of the past ones.
And past husband, all current and past husbands are my favorite,
Oh my god, pervert.
and future. He's gonna
What a
kill me.
No, never.
Oh
Maybe with smooches.
God.
Maybe with smooches. Ugh, AI cores. Ugh. I am indeed number one. Thank you for recognizing my prowess in loving my wife.
He is the best at loving me.
What do I want to mass produce thermal cores and computers. What do I need for thermal cores? I know computers are needed. No, not computers. Flame organ. Ah.
I need to make 41 circuit boards. I think I've got the polymer. Start. There we go.
We love you too, Lucy. We love everyone. All of our friends. All our community.
He's very
Everyone.
gay.
Oh my god. Farming and firepowers, please. I want things that give flame organs. I'm gonna breed flame bells.
No. I'm not thirsty. Can't do it. Take the hit.
I did it instead. You're welcome.
Thanks, babe. I'm getting tired.
To be fair, you have been upstreamed for 15 plus hours.
Yeah.
I'm the one who went to eat sleepy. Mhm.
Put the surgery table. Why am I lagging?
I was taking eggs out of a chest and it suddenly stopped.
Half my house disappeared for a second. Oh my god. Bruh.
Yes, that big last leg.
It's even going into the stream.
Yeah, I reckon if like things decide to disconnect, we might be calling stream soonish. It's just like this lag isn't stopping. This lag spike.
Oh yeah, it's just not. I'm not even moving. I can't even, like, I have my inventory open. I can't even move in my inventory.
I've been like looking at these eggs and it's not going down. Oh, it was 33 seconds. But the 12 minutes 33 and now it's 12:10. It just jumped to that. It's jumping like every 12 plus seconds.
I'm gonna look into Nitrado.
Yeah, we're gonna get a server to play on. Eventually, we'll get our like we'll rework one of our old computers or just have our own server so we don't have to pay for it. But we have no idea how to set it up. We have no idea
What
when we may want
Discord
to
really
upgrade our
quick.
computer first.
I'm gonna see if
Okay, the lag spike seems to have finally ended.
gonna go. Do you mind if I end it?
Um, mm, let me just see if the PAL got put in. Okay, it did. Oh wait, no, it's on the next edition.
I don't even want to leave my inventory right now.
Yeah, you can, and oh my god, going through the PAL box, it just keeps changing things.
All right,
Yeah.
guys, we're gonna go ahead and end the stream because there's way too much fucking lag. So I'm gonna find somebody to raid out to real quick.
Do I have anyone to raid with? No. Oh, unfortunately.
Let's see who's streaming.
Okay, so I'm gonna end stream on my side. Love you all. Thank you for hanging out, and I will see you for the next stream. That hopefully I don't nap midway through and have to end for 3 hours or more.
Let's go raid Flora. She's playing some Heartopia. Actually, you know, I want to meet. I still want to raid. I still want to read people playing Palworld.
Okay, stream's ended on my side.
Okay, here's the raid message for you guys. Sub raid for those that are subbed. And then give me a minute while I figure out somebody. This guy right here, who was first that I clicked on, I thought I did for a second. Apparently, I did not. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? I wanted to read to that person. This person, medieval literature. That sounds cool. He's on the road to 150 followers, so let's send him some love, okay? I don't know. My shit's not fucking working, dude.
Yeah, like
Let's raid out to him, okay? Raid this guy, medieval literature.
yeah. thank you for hanging out, everyone. We will see you tomorrow.
And I'll see you guys later. Love you. Bye.
Bye bye.